I don't know. Without being able to show the inputs, it's kind of hard to determine exactly what's happening here. It's odd. Strange behavior indeed. Very, very odd behavior. Alright. Come on, let's get something going here. 77 Fleet Commander. I got a third Zeus, I want to use it. He's off Discord. I think that means he's gonna get some sleep before we see the update. Well, good. I'm glad that he took a break to sleep and that he's not forcing himself to overwork. Indeed. Alright, show me the next fleet now. Did I call it or what? I'm not cloaking yet. Ha ha ha, screw you. How about them apples? Bitches. All the upgrade kits I'm getting for this is really nice. It's gonna save me a lot of crafting down the road. Plus all the components and everything. They don't drop scrap, but they drop pretty much everything else, and scrap is the one thing you can get a lot of from asteroid rush mining. So that's fine, right? No big deal. Not the ends of the world. That's true too. Yeah, I could go to a ship graveyard sector and get probably like 100 scrap by hitting 3 of them. Of course, that includes, and I hope everybody knows, this is one of my favorite pro tips to give out for people who like to scavenge. It's really one of the only ones. When you're in a ship graveyard sector and you find one of the hidden debris fields, take these coordinates right here, memorize them for 5 seconds, go over here, go to your notes, type it in, right? Because especially at this point in the game when you're just farming loot and level 52, you find 3 or 4 of them that are near each other. Ship graveyard, you know, you find 3 or 4 of them that are near each other, at least, right? More if you can manage it, but don't like stress over it. And you write down the coordinates of all the hidden ones because they regenerate, but they do not change location. They stay in the same place. So all you have to do is go, okay, I'm on one now, and I'm scanning it. And then while it's scanning, you go to your note, you check it, cancel, and then you go to those coordinates. And you're like, alright, so it's over here. And you're on your way, and if you want to, you can check the next ones after that, but depending on how good you are at remembering numbers, you just go to the next one, and then you check the one after that you're going to go to afterward, and then after that, you hit all these, or actually, hit the visible ones first, then do the hidden ones, and then you can go back and some of the visible ones will be regenerated there. It's a lot easier than trying to recheck the hidden ones a second time. And then once you've done everything, you go to the next system, the next ship graveyard. You do it all over again. And by the time you go around 3 or 4 times, or by the time you go around and do all 3 or 4 systems, then the ones in the first one will have renewed. By the time you finish that, the second one, the third, the fourth. And if you find that they haven't all renewed, then you just find one more of those systems to add to your cycle. Easy peasy, no big deal. It's just that simple. Boo. Awful. I mean, you'd be a great co-pilot, but you don't know piloting, so you wouldn't be a good fleet captain. Which means I got no use for ya. See? No use. What the hell did I just store? $48 gold, 78k worth of platinum, 100k worth of gold. Yeah, it's starting to fill up again. And this system has an asteroid field. It's just the one, but what I could be doing is destroying those asteroids and they renew as well. So I could get basically semi-unlimited resources out of this system for basically nothing. Just for hanging out. There we go. So all that aluminum and titanium that I spent on the third Zeus, I can get some of that back. And I can find plenty of ore. And when the update hits tomorrow, I can put refineries on my fleet ships and have them pick up the ore instead of me. And then drop it off later. Ta-da! Fleet Commander 2. Come on, get that Fleet Commander up, lady. I'm counting on you. You're my #1 customer. Alright, Shavayo, Megatech 2, Theratario. Thanks for the follow, you guys. Don't forget that you can also like and subscribe my YouTube channel, which is replays of everything here. I dump my stream straight to YouTube. You can check that out in my Twitch profile down at the bottom, the panels. You can also check out my PC part picker page for the computer that I built, for all the computers that I built. One of them needs an update, but my primary system is up to date, although it could use a couple of newer pictures. The sleeper build, the Warrior, actually got replaced, upgraded recently from an FX 6300 to a Ryzen 2600X. So it's gone from DDR3 to DDR4, and that's my stream box that's doing the broadcasting work while I play on the primary system. I haven't been on my Instagram lately because I've just switched back to working days, so I haven't had a lot of time for my other projects, but it mostly involved taking pictures of cats and modifying a computer case that I'll soon be transplanting my primary system into, and some furniture that I sold. You can also check out my Spotify playlist. It's mostly metal and a lot of 90s rock and new metal and stuff like that, but also a lot of power metal, Unleash the Archers. My recipe book is a recipe page, but it's my own personal recipe for orange chicken. It's an adaptation of over 10 different recipes that I came across, 10 different techniques, but it uses ghost pepper instead of Szechuan. It's really tasty. I don't do the I do a double fry, but I don't put the orange chicken in and recook the chicken in the sauce. I do more of an American style dipping sauce, but it's orange and lemon juice, ginger, honey, and brown sugar, and ghost pepper, and it's freaking amazing. You can buy dried ghost peppers on Amazon, or you don't have to use pepper at all. It's really good without any spice whatsoever. You might put a little bit of fresh ground black pepper on top if that's your thing, right before you eat it. It's pretty good. And then, of course, there is the donation direct tips, or you can subscribe to Twitch, or if you just want to subscribe to YouTube, that's fine as well. Doesn't have to be a monetary contribution. Any like and subscribe on YouTube is just as appreciated. And don't forget to check out the Star Valor Discord if you want the link for that. I am more than happy to spam that all over my chat. Eventually, I'm going to have one of my panels be a link to the Discord for all the games that I play. But until that time, just ask me for it and I will drop it. But you can also search for it yourself. It's not hidden. We had like 40 people join the Discord yesterday alone. I haven't really been tracking the attendance and new joins or anything like that, but 40 people, that's a lot. I don't know what our total population is. I don't even know how to check it. Huh. I have no idea. I guess I could check general chat. There's 27 Patreon and other contributors, 2 collaborators, 2 valued supporters, 1 who's just in beta testing, but a lot of us do beta testing. 400 people online right now. Wow, that's awesome. Not necessarily in the Discord in our Star Valor Discord at this time, but they're online. And then where is it? Where's our offline? Oh, it doesn't show offlines. Whatever. There's 400 people online in the Discord right now. That's pretty awesome. And of course, updates, devlog, future and active updates are published on Discord and on Steam now. Which reminds me, I'm responsible for that update channel, and yes, I'm posting now. Strong chance this update will launch today, with or without some additional bug fixes. Will advise. In other words, stay tuned and we'll let you know, because it's exciting. Of course, if you want up-to-the-minute updates, that tends to be on Discord. There are going to be times where I'm at work. During those times, if there's an update, I will at least be able to update Steam within usually about 2 or 3 hours of a update on Discord. I'll try to do it more often than that, but I can't make any promises. Wouldn't make any promises even if I thought I could, because probably just better not to. Now, is that the lithium I was wearing earlier and I forgot to put it away? Or... Oops. Well, let's go ahead and check. I haven't noticed any more anomalous behavior. Except I don't think that should have reset so quickly. I don't know. I'm gonna have to play more after I get some sleep. I'm not going to bed anytime soon. But, oops, I scrapped an orange peacemaker. I meant to keep that. I'm not going to bed anytime soon, but I'm definitely going to admit that my brain is not at its peak functionality at the moment. So... I'll wait till I've had some rest before I start squawking about spinal mounts not correctly functioning. There has been some issues with their functionality, so maybe I'm not crazy. But I won't discount the possibility. That I'm just a wee bit delirious. Nope, 2 orange lithium armor. Those are both going on fleet ships. I don't care if it makes them warp out sooner. It's going to make them turn faster, which means they'll be more accurate. They'll be able to track enemies better with their spinal mounts, which will make them do a lot more damage between warps, despite the fact that there will be less time between warps. So that's, I hope, theoretically, that's how it should turn out. So we'll see what happens with that. That's pretty awesome. If it doesn't seem very useful, I'll just give it to the bad boys. I don't think they're wearing great armor. Yeah, Vangie heavy armor, that's fine. That's not bad. It's just not like... whatever. Hey, wait a minute. What the actual fuck? Where's my other Zeus? No. No. Unacceptable. Okay, now I might actually be going crazy. I mean, maybe I made it and then loaded without saving. Pretty sure I made it though. But now I'm not sure. No. No. I swear I did, but maybe like I didn't save. I mean, I just need some titanium. It's not a big deal. It's just making me think I'm losing my mind again. The question is, which one is this? Oh, thank God. Okay. Not the empty one. Whew. At least I didn't lose everything that was on it. There's a silver lining. I'm gonna take it. Could be worse. And who knows, maybe I just parked it somewhere else and forgot, but I'm pretty sure I made it in that station. If it wasn't that station, it was this one. Because that's where all that See, and I feel like I did not have more titanium than that. So I think what happened was I made it and died without saving. I feel like that's totally possible. I can check it tomorrow. I don't remember the exact time that I made it. Nah, it's too much to check. It's not worth it. I'll just do the thing. I feel like I did not have 2,900 titanium. I remember I had less than 2,000. I'm like 90% sure that that's all the titanium I had. So I'm gonna go with don't remember that I reloaded. It had to have been, right? If not, I'll just keep repeating it until it becomes my reality. Because I don't know what else to do, and there's nothing I can... There's no reason to worry about it. You know how they say if you repeat a lie often enough, that it becomes the truth? It becomes your reality? Not healthy to force that on yourself, by the way, even in good circumstances. That level of self-delusioning, intentional self-deluding, is not healthy. So don't actually repeat it until it becomes the truth. Just say, it's just my way of saying fuck it. There's nothing I can do about it. Don't actually trick yourself like that. It's not good for you. Even when it's with good intentions for a positive outcome, it's unhealthy, you know? Exactly. And, you know, maybe that day I'll have 120 Fleet Commander and I can put it to work. Because, like, I'm getting one there, two there, one there, one there, right? 1, 1, 2, 1. So that's 5. And that's it. That's all I'm getting is an extra 5. So that puts me at a base of 72, which means I would need 48 out of 5 characters. So what? If I could get... If there was a way to get 10 Fleet Commander out of each one of them, out of each of these 5 slots, then I could have 120. I don't think you can do that. I don't think it goes that high at all. Pretty sure it doesn't. But who cares? Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 90. So I don't need a lot. But if I'm going to go all the way out there to get more, I might as well bring back as much as I can. I got $9 million. Always look on the bright side of life. Why? Because why not? Why not try to be happy? You know, I mean, it's that easy. Of course. Oh yeah. Why wouldn't I be using that? For an extra 40 space. That would have saved me an entire trip. I wouldn't be making this trip if I had done that initially. And since my turn speed is completely glitching out every time I do something, Like, for real, it's going between 6 and 13. Just at whim. Like, I go to fire a spinal, and then it drops down to 6. 2.5 with the spinal active. So there's definitely something going on with turn speed and the spinal. Save. Oh yeah, and I don't know how much, but you get experience for building the Zeus, apparently. I guess. So it seems. Do I have enough scrap to build another one? I have the scrap for it, I think, but not the titanium and aluminum. But Ardonian components, I got plenty, and also iridium, so... See, I'm back at 13 again. It's very confusing. They're almost at level 50. But that doesn't... They can still get tiers. It'll just take a long time. Show me the fleetin'. Fleet! Fleeter mouse. Part of me kind of wants to make the rounds again, see if we can find some crew. Why are they not attacking me? Any second now. Like, now. Would have been a great time. They don't want to fight anymore. They're like, fuck this guy, he's got 3 Zeus, we don't want to fuck with that. Sure, 2 of them are in dock, but like... This guy's insane. We don't want any. Well, I can continue trying to help people on Steam. There's really not that much to do, though. So I finally built a Zeus. Nice. Why I love it, why I hate it. Yeah, if what I'm doing with the reputation farming and the big fleets is not what you want to do, there is more endgame content coming, just so people know. It's not over yet, right? This is not the end. I don't know exactly what it will be. I have some general ideas, but yeah, there is more coming. Don't worry about that. A lot of people are like, that sounds great, but, you know, what else? There must be more than just this. And I'm like, yeah, there is. There will be. There's going to be a little bit of story coming. There's going to be new mission types. There's going to be new activities. like I said, the launch from early access was not the end of the development cycle. We're not just bug fix. He's not just bug fixing and adding a couple of new features here and there. The bug fixing is what's happening now for the most part, and then adding a few intended features for fleets and stuff like that. But there's more coming after that, much more. The reason that he left early access with the game despite that is because, as I said earlier, and some people may not have been here for it, but the state of the game now is already beyond the initial intended scope of the game. In other words, there's already a lot more content in the game than what he had planned even 3 years ago, let alone 5 years ago when he first started making stuff, system and beta testing it. Oh, nice. An orange Fang E-Charger. You better dodge it. Fleet Commander advancement rate? Come on! That's useless to me. That does nothing. Neat. Okay, fine. You won. Elite distress signal. It's a boat. It's a big boat. Dorothy. There's no place like home. We'll do that. Oh, wait, yeah. Haha. We'll do that. There we go. And it's still kind of empty, so let's just kind of derp around for a minute. Do something else until it refills again. Go away. Oh, they're not elites, so if they attack me first, I'm not going to get reputation for it. So I can still just kill them for fun. Yay. Hooray for wanton murder. Right? Am I right? It's like, on the one hand, I feel bad because they're not a threat to me, but then again, they will kill my friends. So I guess it's not murder. I kind of have to kill them. Damn it. Not trusting you, Hannah. I'll give you a shot, though. Shut up. Yeah, he's only level 3, so we'll see what happens there. No. Holy crap. No control, not pitch black, nebula, or ship graveyard, no population. This is just a big dead sector. This is a nice safe way to upgrade Lance. He's already evolved. He's not even really a level. He barely exists. Junk. Being so space frugal that you don't even use inertial controls is kind of fun. Yeah! Look at that! Yep, you're gone. Because that adds to his efficiency, which increases everything. See, 795, 742, 747, 720. It's just everything gets better in engineering. Except your armor. Doesn't really affect your armor, except that he's got the regeneration. But the fact that my capacity and regen goes up a little bit, nice. And then it'll go up more because his efficiency will go up just naturally over time. Am I missing any perks? I guess now's as good a time as any to check. I feel like I checked already. I know I have an Axamander. Gold Rush and True Miner. OCD, of course. Perfect Predator. I don't have Dogfighter, but like, I'll never need it. I'm never gonna lead my fleet with a Corvette or smaller. And if I do, I'm not gonna miss that one space. Defender and Legionary. Oh, I still don't have Legionary? Hey, Tin Heads. That makes sense. Tin Heads makes sense out here. A totally dead sector that's not pitch black. I'll buy that. What's my rep with them? Okay, so if your reputation is already green with Technomancers, or any faction, buying stuff from them is not going to raise it anymore. But if you ever accidentally kill some of them, you can come out here and get it back up again. Alright, take it easy, man. Hopefully we'll see it. You'll wake up and it'll be there. So of course we mark it on the map. So if I ever accidentally kill some knights, then I can come out here, buy some of those to get the reputation back up. It's the only way to get it back up other than rescuing them from danger, which is just really tedious and slow and painful. Oh, escape pod, huh? Where? There's 3,000 Vulcan ammo, which is 6 space worth, but hey, I'll take it. Do I have Tutor? Yeah, I've got Tutor. So really Legionary, which is 3% damage bonus, which doesn't suck. Hoarder. I don't have Hoarder yet. Which is kind of weird, because you'd think I would have figured that one out by now. Farewell, Dragon PC. Larry Rogers. Whoa. Look at all that mess that I don't want any of that. A Valor. And what is that? Frigate? Forget about it. It is, it's a shark. Sharky the shark dog. Proxima, perfect. Really? You're gonna shoot them wimpy ass missiles at me? What an asshole. Yeah, but I can still equip. I can just buy it though. Look, there's a boulder. And it's... Does it matter? Like, can it be even like things that don't take up space, or... Well, if they don't take up space, then it doesn't hurt to try. Do they all have to be trade goods? It's not very specific on the wiki, unfortunately. At least not the one I'm looking at. Buying 1 cannon ammo, 1 missile, and 1 Vulcan ammo, 1 railgun slug, an energy cell. There's no nitro here. How we doing? 6 out of 68. I think we're gonna make it. There it is. 5%. So yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. It could have been 40 different 1 point somethings, but whatever, doesn't matter. Make sure to get that back. Don't accidentally hit F9. Okay. So now I have 300 and 13. Fuck yeah. Glad I saw that. Thanks for the help there, Canadian. Other than that, I think I've got everything except Legionary. I don't think there's really anything else I can get that I need. Like, again, I could get Dogfighter. Of course, there's Genocidal and Trader that I'm not gonna get. Otherwise, cool. That was pretty lucky. That's the perfect ship for that. Hit me. Oh, I dare you hit me. Wow, I'm not firing back. That bug might be fixed tomorrow, or today soon, whatever. Whatever day of the week it's not. I've got both of those. So there's Space Janitor and Real Space Janitor. So I got my +5. This is a lot better for what I'm doing, for the Dreadnought size, but you might as well get both, right? Don't really need the relic, but no reason not to pursue it. Hell yeah. Those are fun early game weapons, but nothing to do with it now. Um, at least that way, if I end up having to move resources from one place to another, I'll have a little bit of extra space for it, and maybe it'll save me a trip like it would have if I'd thought of it ahead of time last time. Heyo! Stress signal looks empty, but I won't be able to see it till I get there. Maybe there is something there. We'll find out now. Whoa! Nah, it's a debris field. Is that a frigate or a fucking cruiser? Nah, I think that's a frigate. It's hard to tell, it's a big system. Watch, it's a donkey. It's an Archimedes. Hostile warpin. Hostile warpin's in for a hostile whoopin'. Hey, you guys aren't in control. What the fuck? What are they doing here? They're not in control here. That was super not cool. Really not cool. They have no claim on that system. When you piss somebody off bad enough, when you piss off a faction bad enough, they just come at you. Save more often, that's what I need to do. Frickin' embarrassing. Guess what's still there? No, it's not. It's a debris field. Let's see, where was that one? Was that one of these systems? I can't tell anymore. I don't remember. I feel like it was this one, but maybe... Oh well. Yes. Yes, I did. Oh. You might not even know, though. Let me show you the way. I didn't just build this one. No, no, no. Did not just build this one. I also built that one and that one. It's crazy. So that times 3. 3,000 titanium, 3,000 aluminum, 600 basic components, 75 Ardonian, 150 fine, 99 superior. It's expensive. But I almost have enough fleet commander to have all 3 at once. Just gotta keep working at it. Shield. Son of a pumpkin. That's what I've been doing though, is looking for crew that boost that so I can have 2 escort Zeus. And then maybe in the future there'll be ways to get even more. And so maybe I can get up to 120 fleet commander for well, look at that. Too slow. Damn it. Oh well. That's what I get for not changing my armor. And, you know, putting everything else back together the way it's supposed to be. Which means boosters. There we go. I mean, they don't really have a lot of storyline yet, other than they're at war and you can pick a side, and by picking a side, you get to build a really big, cool ship. Other than that, you read the backstory on the up-scrolling, but more will come later. It's to be added. It's pretty much all written. It just has to be written to the game. But yeah. and there'll be more stuff to do in the end game as well. But for now, I'm just getting this reputation as low as I can to get the biggest fleets I can, to get the most shots at the best loot that I can get. Yes. Yes, the recipe is similar to this, and so is its power level. It's also a purple grade dreadnought. They have not been added to the hunter fleets yet, though, because that takes balance. That takes a lot of number running, and it's very intense. By then I should have significantly stronger shield recharge as well, and power output. My goal is to have at least 1200 shield recharge. So I'm a little over 3/4 of the way there. Hopefully they'll keep sending fleets after me. But my goal for now is to get that reputation low, right? To get the loot, but to also find crew that can help me get my fleet commander to 80. So I can have both of my dreadnoughts in. The reason I'm not using my other dreadnought right now is because I want the space pilot bonuses. But I can certainly pull her out of dry dock with her boat to help in the fight, and she does get kills still. Even against level 60 gold star massive fleets, she'll still get some kills because she's got over 600 shield recharge, almost as heavy a shield as I do. Not quite the damage resistance, but we're getting there. I just have to make sure I like an enemy controlled sector with a friendly station, but that's the only enemy station here. There's another one somewhere nearby that was a similar setup. It was I think it was this one. Yeah, Syndicate Station. It's only a level 47 sector, but at least it's better than nothing. I need to go ahead and label that. I call them unicorn sectors because they're rare and very special. But they won't attack me anymore. I'm kind of bummed. There they are. So you can see I'm getting more and more reputation. 251 miles per hour evolved. Some people prefer kilometers per hour, but you know, what are you gonna do, right? Nice. I just keep getting more and more redundant oranges, but not the ones I want. I want these in orange more. I want that in orange, these, those. That'd be great, but it's not important. And of course those, but I'll need to go to a pirate system for that. I really haven't been pissing the pirates off that much. I guess I could work on that. I suppose. They don't really have any systems around here that I've found, do they? There's one. Weapon heat generated. Ralphie boy. He's gonna surpass. He may go orange and surpass Jenna. There's still a slim chance of it. Dominance. But yeah. Uh-oh. You guys cannot take out the stations here. I will not allow it. We will be stopped. Ah! Good. Yeah, you mad now? How about now? You mad now? You mad, bro? Yeah. Yes, that is correct. You can actually do it in a frigate if you have the right ones. Like, I think the Raven's a good choice. Anything that's got 3 unlimited forward hard points will generally do the job as a frigate. Cruisers, there's not a lot of cruisers that won't do it. I'm not a fan of the faction cruisers, the Syndicate or Proxima cruisers, but the Vangi and Children of Terra and a few of the independent ones like the Juggernaut and I wouldn't use the Claymore just because it's got limited equipment and cargo capacity. But it'll still do the job. I mean, it makes up for it in an overall weapon capacity, so you'll still get the job done. It's no slouch, you know. I don't even have to shoot these guys. When their attack fleet comes in and I start auto-attacking them, it should make them all explode quite nicely. Oh, their attack fleet's tiny. Look at that. I get 1 gold star. At least it's a battle cruiser, I guess. But that's the end of the fight. But I'm hoping for some pirate heat sinks in orange. But it'll be a while before I get anything like that. For the time being, other than the fact that the faction wars show up, that's kind of a problem. But that's because it's right next to a syndicate system, so they will show up pretty often. It's better to find a pirate sector that's not right on top of another one of friendlies. Like this one should be pretty safe, but maybe even farther than that. Yeah, I bet this sector is pretty safe. But maybe I won't get attacked at all. Who knows? Is it all junk? Wow. And that's a debris field, because there's no blue dot in the middle. Alright, good night, Canadian. Have fun. We've lost most of the North and South America crowd, but that's okay. I know that this is a very global game. Hostile warp in. Marauders or pirates? Marauders. Oh, I tagged you. You ready for another one? You flew into it. Oh, come on, buddy. Avoid the projectiles. Make it fun for me. He's gonna go up to 2. Yeah. And he'll keep going. He'll keep going for a while. You can by rescuing them, but if you rescue them in combat, but as of yet, it actually doesn't do any good. I don't think it adjusts their prices very much, except on like what do you call it? Like if they sell scrap metal and stuff like that, like maybe, but it's not gonna do a whole lot. Well, all pirate territory just is under attack. Okie dokie. Let's go further out. That's not gonna hurt at all. None of it is. Ooh, poor civilian. Stayed in a war zone for too long. What are you, a reporter? So, if you see a Technomancer in a fight with somebody else, or if you trick them into a fight with somebody else, and then you kill that somebody else that they're fighting, you'll get a tiny bit of Technomancer reputation, and it's the same with any faction. It's just with Technomancers, that's the only way to advance it past friendly. If you're neutral or lower, you can boost it by just buying from them. Buying trade goods from them. But otherwise, that's really about it. Once you're friendly with them, buying trade goods, it won't boost it anymore. So save certain trade goods for when you accidentally kill Technomancers, so you can raise it back up to friendly. Later on there'll be more, but just not yet. Ah, vegetables. Stupid veggies. Do not want. And that is a debris field because there's no blue dot. And I am going to pop a vitamin C. Boo. Boo. Burbles. Kraftwerks. Whoa. Too bad I don't want any of that. Terrible aim. You could have been cool, but you're not. No Terran armor. Just enough. The first one got the one guy, and the last two got the other guy. That couldn't have been planned better, in my opinion. Ah! Ah! I almost went right past it. It's that thing I've been looking for. This should be enough to put me over once I've got Madison topped up. I only need another 3, and she'll definitely get 3 more. I'm like 100% positive. I'm 1,000,000% positive, Maury. Can I get another one? I don't want to be greedy, but I've been looking really hard for these guys. Make sure I'm not crazy, right? Like it is Fleet Commander. Okay. We're gonna save. I'm just gonna hope I'm not crazy. You never know. I might be a little crazy. Madison Burton evolved. There's bonus to Fleet Commander. And a driller. The second worst ship in the game. Arguably the Comey is worse. Because it's bigger, has less weapon capacity. But it does have more armor, but it's slower. It does have a co-pilot seat, but it's still a Comey. You put a Comey and a driller against each other with the exact same weaponry and shielding, there's a 1 equipment space difference, which, yeah, the Comey's a yacht, the driller's a shuttle. The driller's a terrible shuttle. The worst shuttle in the game. And if not the worst, the second worst ship overall, other than the ones that can't do combat in any way. So it's like, it's got 1 more equipment space compared to a driller. So the Comey has +1. It's 14. It does have more cargo space. Like they're basically tied for crappiest ship in the game. The Comey is independent, so it can get an extra ship enhancement, but that's not saying much. Considering it has 1 anyway, so you get that. And then what? I don't know, armor, energy generation's not bad actually on a ship that size, but it's gross, to say the least. Well, it opened up one extra space, but it uses an extra, what? A lot of power? 7? Yeah. Oh well. That's not that big a deal, is it? You are the one, right? Yeah, you are. Now, if I get it up to 90, I can have my bad boys back too. That sounds like fun. Ugh, I better have another little snack. Gotta make sure I can keep going. It's only been 13 and a half hours. Like, what am I, a rookie? What am I, new at this? Nah, I don't feel like I have to keep up with the people that mostly do relaxed play, you know? I'm not saying it's necessarily a lot easier, but I've played the game enough. I know the stamina drain of combat versus mining. Kaboom. Uh-huh. Damn. Slapped the shit out of them. Come on, Madison, pick it up. You're the hero of the day, but like, no loafing. Okay? No dicking around. Otherwise, you are fired. I'll replace you with the cheat. Oh my god. So that's gonna be like an $8,000 repair bill. Any second now. Oh, 5? Okay. Oh. What's wrong with you? I don't know. Oh, the repair system. That's one thing. Juice. It's okay. She'll be able to use a barrier soon. Like tomorrow, maybe. Or later today, I suppose. Ooh, don't pick it up. Phew. Silver Dragon, hello. How's it going? A lot of dragons in and out of this one today. Dragon PC was in earlier, and another dragon before that, and, well, me, of course. Well, we're in our 13th hour, and when Laios wakes up, he's going to put the finishing touches on... Yeah, he's going to put the finishing touches on the update and get it released. You're on the Discord, right? It's hard to keep track. There's like 400 people online just now, let alone all the offline. Well, it's on Steam too. All the content of the update. If you haven't had a chance to look, fleet ships are about to get a massive improvement. It's only a couple of things. But they're kind of big. Oh my god. Somebody doesn't understand why the different crafting materials, some transfer and some don't. And they're like, they should all transfer. It's a no-brainer. It's like, actually, it's the other way around. The reason they don't is a no-brainer. You just didn't brain it, so you don't understand. You're calling it a no-brainer that way because it's what you want, not because you actually thought about it. So you're wrong. Who is that? No offense. I mean, I understand why people want what they want, but saying it's a no-brainer is kind of insulting, especially when you're wrong. And that's why I'm not using explosives, so I can just shoot straight through her. Okay, for some reason it triggered the cooldown on both, and I don't... Is my mouse goofing up? Like, I'm pretty sure I didn't fire both of my spinals. Pretty sure. I just imagine people that talk like that, the reason they lack self-awareness is just because they're really young. I was really stupid when I was a kid. I may have been smart for my age, but on the grand scheme of things, I've probably said lots of things that adults thought were really stupid. But they understood. I was just a young kid, and people say stupid things when they're kids. No. It's just certain instances in combat, it feels like it's crossing over. Like, it's weird. Well, my voice has been known to be quite soothing, but I typically don't use that voice when I stream. Maybe I should, but I play games to get sleepy, to go to sleep, hence Sleepy Dragon stream. I don't want to put people to sleep. I can definitely keep people awake, or just bug the crap out of them. I have a broad repertoire of bullshit, really. Yes! 79! Oh my god. Come on, Madison. I believes the fucking ya. I got a third Zeus ready and waiting. It's right here. It's actually not ready at all, as a matter of fact. Wait. Bonus Fleet Commander 3? What? Oh. Oh, that's me doing that. Oh, yeah. Well, good on you. Sleeping when you can is important. It's not invisible, so whatever it says your hangar ship space is in fleet space, that's actually adding to your total fleet commander, so you don't have to use it as hangar space. It converts to fleet capacity, which mostly makes enough sense that, and it's a benefit, so I just roll with it, but it's one of those things, it's like, just don't question it, right? But yeah, I just kind of let that one ride. Seems to make enough sense to just kind of roll with it. Pilot, you're in charge. We'll make you the actual pilot. You're already level 50, so we'll make you a supervisor. You're not going to go up much. Tactician, doesn't matter. We need navigators, but we can get that later. Yeah, because you can have 2 other dreadnoughts in your fleet if you want to, and still have a corvette in your hangar for repairing or mining or both. It can do all 3, actually. If you have a guardian, you can put 3 simple mining lasers, 3 single point weapons, and 3 repair beams on it. And it'll use the mining lasers as weapons, so you could just double those up. Guardian makes a great fleet ship, by the way. A good hangar ship. I like it a lot for that. I don't have any navigators, huh? Did I put a navigator combo somewhere that maybe I can move them? No? Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, I'll go ahead and put you on here. We can parse it out, the specifics later. I won't be using my bad boys for a while, so those can go as gunners. Fleet DPS is pretty cool, but I don't need it. What weapons am I going to give it? I don't think I ever made weapons for this. I'm not going to give it flak or torpedoes or that. Well, let's get some gear on it real quick. I'm out of aluminum. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, you can put a bunch of missiles on a Guardian, and it'll stay out of combat for the most part, and then you can dock it if anybody gets near it. It's pretty awesome. So the main thing with the Rising Sun is that one of the fun things to do if you do have two dreadnoughts is to just put a bunch of repair beams along the side and then some heavy weaponry up front, and then just try to keep your dreadnoughts, try to keep your fleet distance set to like 20 to 40, and then just try to stay in between them. Equip gunners that add range, preferably by percentage. Although flat might be better for repair beams, but you can make custom repair beams that are long range too. But honestly, you want to go for a quantity and just do just enough range to keep close to the both of them. And then once the next update drops tomorrow, today, whatever, your fleet ships will be able to use the automated repair systems. So don't forget to add some generators when you add those in. And so combine that with the Rising Sun having both sides of it equipped with repair beams to repair those two dreadnoughts. You're actually going to be pretty formidable, especially with the updates to gunner and fleet ship targeting that are coming along with it. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. If it's a projectile, then yeah, they count. I'm pretty sure they count. I can't think of why they wouldn't, but you know, I've misinterpreted exceptions before, so I won't pretend to be guaranteeing that I'm correct. But I'm pretty sure. It's nice having three of these in orange, the improved version too. I mean, hopefully, right? I'm gonna go ahead and put these on as placeholders. I don't know if I'll necessarily need them yet. My god, I can't believe it's actually happening. It's been so long since I've had a 3 Dreadnought fleet. Like, it's been a while. Okay. Now we can't add it yet, but we're getting there. Okay, your name's not actually Zeus, so there we go. Now where are you? Oh, have you really been just off fighting? What the hell? I win. She's not down yet. Win it. Win the fight. Yeah. Kick its ass. Look, you could have taken the other one too. I didn't even have to jump in. Holy crap. She is... When she's on, she's fucking on, man. That's amazing. And now I'm gonna have another one in a minute here. Just gotta get this one dude. This one... lady, not dude. Because Chloe was the first to get two. Well, no. Somebody else got two at one point. No, they didn't. It was Chloe. $257. I'm gonna have my third Zeus in my fleet before I get to... Oh yeah, she's got no repair because that's what those frickin' bad boys were for. She can't use... She's got the repair system on so that she'll use it when the time comes. She just doesn't have it yet. That was intentional, because otherwise she would have tried to go around me. Shit. Actually, repair drones don't work on the Zeus right now. That's bugged. They miss. It's unfortunate, but you can definitely do that. It's just, what are you going to sacrifice for it? It's either going to take them longer to kill, which means they're going to take more damage from enemies, or you're going to cut into their shielding. It's just, there's no drone hangar on this ship. So it's not space efficient to do it, but you can. Nothing will stop you. These are custom. I made these. But they're plasma Gatling. At this point in the game, when you're talking about less than 100,000 or under 100,000 reputation with the faction, you better be using something custom. You don't have to. You'll get by, you'll survive, but you won't get kills. So it's like, yeah, you don't have to, but you might as well. Nice. They'll be able to use that too. Tomorrow. So when the next update drops, they'll be able to use the repair modules, the repair systems, but they'll also be able to use flux systems as well as the barriers. 3. I just added a couple of boosters to push it to 3. So there's 10 and 10, 6 and 6, so that's 32, which leaves you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You could reduce these or these if you want to, but and for normal combat, I actually would reduce these probably to 6 and then put 3 and then something small here or here. But the reason I have these at 10 is for fighting these big fleets. You end up using your barrier and your cloaking device a lot. And you can see it doesn't take much for me to be able to permacloak, and I'm not using extra powered boosters, so I don't need extra power for that. So I can just permacloak and run around at my normal speed. Look, you can see the gun. It glitched. Those are normally not visible. So because of that technique, it helps to have your spinals as powerful as possible. That way you can come out of cloaking, smash, and then go back to cloaking. Or use your barrier and then cloak. However, you gotta get it done, but that's what'll keep you alive. Yeah. Can imagine being the enemy. It's like in Diablo 2 when there's that trap or spell that you can cast where like you'll crack a pot, or if you're the sorceress you cast a spell and it's just 2 floating glowing swords and they just kind of float for a second and then they're like, what? Suddenly they just start attacking. There's nobody holding them. You imagine there might be like an invisible person holding them, but they're just floating swords for that attack. I love comparing this game. I always call it Diablo in space. When I first started playing it, I started calling it Diablo 2 in space. But I never really played Diablo 3, and I don't know anything about 4, and I never really played the online, the MMO or whatever the fuck. And so it's like, it's definitely gone beyond Diablo 2 in space. But I don't know what else to compare it to other than other space games, which is boring. I was gonna say, I'm probably floating right towards their station. But at this point, I like to set Lily to 120 and just let her, she'll like try to follow enemies, even though everything's faster than her. In every way, turning, acceleration, and top speed. And lateral. So I just kind of let her do her thing. We wander around for a bit. She's got powered boosters, but she doesn't really need them. But you can see that her battery, keep an eye on her battery. Like, she rarely fires her spinal, but when she does, it's the right time. She doesn't usually miss a good opportunity for it, you know? Yeah, these are all repair ships. Eventually, your gunners and fleet ships will target them. Right and proper. But for now, they kind of get a free pass unless you specifically try to pursue them. Whatever. No Laios yet. There we go, finally, good lord. I keep begging Laios for Hunter Fleet bait to try to get this to happen a little bit faster. he said maybe, but we both agreed it's not high priority. It would just be one of those neat things that would help a lot for just this late game stuff. But I don't know what else he's got planned for late game. I know a couple things, but nothing public yet, really. Just like ideas that have been tossed around that he kind of wants to do. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I want it to happen, but there's no time frame for it, really. A fast piercing laser. That's adorable. Oh shit! I struck gold. I struck gold today. You really want to make sure that you get back to base with your loot. You better cloak. Because they'll warp in right on top of you. Yeah, exactly. To the point where it's faster to just go into the menu, set everything to manual, and shoot them yourself. But even then, it's like not ideal. So let's see. 1123 is probably overkill, but now it's even higher. But of course, when I add something for that 3 space, now it's a little bit lower, but it should be okay. But did it do the thing? Nope. Ooh, he's at 2. Hell yeah. Damage resistance is gonna go up some more. It's at 70. I should switch to the armor that makes it 80. It's just smarter that way. Even if it is overkill. It makes a huge difference going from 70 to 80. That's actually worse in every way. Or the same in one, but every other way. Nope. $78. But a lot more actual armor than that. But this is lighter. And tops me off to 80. You know what? Enough of that, though. I need to get this last bit of Fleet Commander. Come on, I'm the commander. Let's fighting love. He said, oh shit. Oops. Maybe a bit of a miscalculation there, huh? Sometimes they'll stay on target. Occasionally. Not often enough to expect it and really enjoy it. Oh no! That's one of the things that's going to be fixed in the update later today. I've been calling it cursor jump. So whenever you pick up an item, kill an enemy, or level up, or there's a couple other events in the code. Not that I am a programmer, but I know a little bit about how programming works, even though I've never actually learned a language. Long, short story. Uh, but there's a couple other events, and it triggers a refresh of basically your entire player. And yeah, sometimes it will cause the cursor to jump. I have destroyed, I mean, orange gear that I wanted, a stack of 200 scrap, lithium, iridium, refined metal, whatever you can think of that it's happened, and it hurts the brain a little bit. And it's basically always been that way for the last 3 years that I've been playing. So he's finally figured out the causes behind it, and then figured out the ways to mitigate it, or eliminate it, I should say. He's confident that it should not happen anymore, though it may require some testing to make sure that it's perfect. He was debating on launching a beta for it today for some of us to test out who've been part of the early access and did a lot of beta testing already. But he decided no, he's just going to release it to everybody at once, and if there's problems with it, he'll just fix them. And at this point, for things like that people have been waiting a long time for, mostly about the fleet stuff is what inspired him to want to just go ahead and launch it. He just wants to put it in people's hands ASAP, which honestly I'm good with either way he wants to do that. I'm more than happy to do some testing. I'm more than happy to just have everyone do some testing. Do what? You mean that? I didn't notice that at first, when it first came out. That one got right past me when it came out. I was like, man, I wish my fleet would stop docking every time I docked. And finally, Lios in Discord and somebody else in chat at the same time were just like, that's not a... Oh, yeah. Exactly. I thought you were comparing it to a feature that people wanted fixed. But yeah, there's all kinds of things that reset it, and hopefully he's just done an override on that refresh so that it doesn't have that effect, because in some menus it just makes your cursor vanish to where you have to click on something again, and in some menus it makes it just jump to a different item. I think it's whether it's in your cargo or an equipped item. Like certain event, if a ship dies right now, it should pull that cursor off. If wow, this is taking forever. This is not the demonstration I wanted. Okay, it didn't pull the cursor off, but it pulled the menu away. And I can't interact with it. The buttons are gone. So that's one of the effects of it. Wow, dropping down to 20 FPS and getting some lag. So I don't have like the most expensive computer in the world, but Star Valor should be able to tell the difference. It's a Ryzen 3600 with 4 8 gig sticks of 3200 RAM. The game is on an NVMe SSD. It's only a B450 motherboard. It's not a 550. That would probably help smooth some things out. I know I've got some bottlenecks somewhere because my CPU and GPU do not ever max out, even at 1440 Ultra settings. So I think this game uses a lot of, it's probably the RAM or the VRAM, just the speed of it. Despite the capacity, there's just limitations to speed because it won't use the full amount of RAM either. Windows is on a SATA SSD. I've got a 6800 XT graphics card. Like, I don't know where my bottleneck is. It's not visible from the basic software that I use. And I haven't bothered putting anything particularly advanced on there to find out exactly where it is. But it's somewhere. I think it's the RAM or VRAM speed, but the only thing I have to base that on. Yeah, see that lag when I picked up that many different pieces of iron at the same time? I mean, it could be anything. It's hard to say. But like right now, I'm getting 90. When I dock at the station, I'll be at 132. I think I can even get it. Can you see this on the, is this clear on the stream? Yeah, it'll go over 200. As long as it doesn't have to render all the images and their movement. But that could still be multiple aspects. It's hard to say. A better demonstration of what I mean would be this. There you go. Yeah, 3 gigs of VRAM. Well, yeah, there's no cap there. But it's only using 8 gigs of RAM out of 32. And 3 gigs of VRAM out of 8. Or is it 12? I don't even remember. I don't know how much VRAM I have. How stupid is that? It's a new graphics card. I never remember if it's 8 or 12. And it doesn't say. Oh, it's 16. Fuck me. Pardon me. Pardon my French. It's the 6800 XT is a 16 gig card. Well, I had a 6700 XT for a while, and then it died after like 2-3 weeks. So I sent it back, and then graphics card prices dropped. So I basically got the 6800 XT for about the same price. And I was like, okay, that works for me. I just had to go back to my RX 580 for a little while, and I pretty much only play Star Valor, so it didn't really make a huge difference. But it makes a difference in other games that I do intend to play more often, especially now. But yeah, 3 gigs of VRAM being used. Hell. It's not my discs. Committed 13. Cached is 9.7, which is still leaving 14 on the table. Yeah, I guess it's not the RAM. Hard to say though. Well, it's also not lagging at the moment because I'm not under attack or in combat. But if I send my ship off... Oh, will you just dock already? Thank you. So, let's travel into the wild blue yonder. As it were. And bring up our hardware monitor again. And we'll see what happens. When we get attacked. Yeah, you know, I never actually even thought about that. I do have it forced to DirectX 12 via Steam, but that shouldn't make that... That shouldn't be doing that. Is there... Unity Player, Star Valor data... I wonder what file. Like, obviously I can't modify it right now, but I'll ask the developer if maybe there's a way to get it to try to use more threads, or if that could possibly cause stability issues. I know a piece of software does have to kind of be written in a way to make proper use of multi-threading, but... Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if changing its priority while it's running is a good idea. I'm sure that's not safe, but you might get lucky and not crash it. It's a stream box. So that's not really much of an issue. It is. Yeah, it is. My stream box is a Ryzen 2600 with 16 gigs of RAM and a capture card to boot. So it's got the easiest job in the world aside from the third computer that I use, which is running Discord and anything that I want to look up on a browser. But they're both set to incredibly efficient modes. And I also monitor their resources separately. I'm using 3 computers with 4 screens right now. I've been putting them together piece by piece over the last few years. I'd say about half the parts are refurbed or just straight up used, but mostly refurbished, which, you know, depending on who you buy it from is the same thing. Not everybody cleans their parts, but yeah, it's a little Dell, small form factor. It's an old i5 DDR3. It's got one 8 GB stick of DDR3 1600 in it. It's running on a SATA SSD. It's an integrated graphics processor. You know, it's got one of those crappy Dell proprietary motherboard PSU combos in it, and it probably is using like 20, 30 watts right now, tops. Like I've probably got light bulbs wasting more power than that thing. But I use it for Discord because Discord is unstable, so I don't want it to crash my game or my stream. Um, that is an interesting thought, though. I still don't know. I'm not going to do it while the game's running, but I am going to. I guess I have to, though. But we'll just quit to menu real quick. And then just do. Let's go straight to high. Yeah. It's probably not going to do a lot. Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's actually going to use it. That just means the computer's making those cores available to it. But that doesn't mean it'll actually... The program still has to request use of them. If I remember correctly, and I'm quite certain I do. Fuck it, might as well. That I will have to quit for, which means I'll probably have to... Quarantine what shit? Oh, yeah, no, I don't give permission to anything but system resources. Oh yeah, it is. That machine has some pretty good security on it, and it's literally just Discord and a browser for googling game stuff. Nope, it's still about the same. We'll see what happens when a fleet warps in, but I don't think that really did shit. Well, maybe. Maybe we get a little extra kick out of it. Our frame rate is capped, so it will, until we tax it to drop under that cap, it won't really be evident. But it probably didn't do anything. It just means that other stuff won't interfere with it, but there's really nothing to interfere with it. I've got Radeon software open, and Task Manager now, which normally isn't open, and Steam. And that's it. Steam, game, Radeon software. But let's see what happens real quick. Maybe it'll maintain a higher frame rate. Doubtful, though. Yeah, it's still dropping. It's the same. And I'm not setting it to real time because that's asking for a crash. And it's using the slightly less RAM and VRAM just because I closed the game and reopened it. It's not using more. Wow, 72 watts on the CPU GPU combo. That's okay. I mean, I'm sure we're using more than 100 total, but that's okay. Yeah, but if I can't tell it to use a different one, that won't really... That'll just be neat. Hey! I missed it, but it happened. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to the developer when he wakes up. Um, After he launches the update, just as a general courtesy, I try to wait until he's in that moment of relief before I ask kind of niche, odd questions like that. Because I don't know jack shit about programming except a general fundamental understanding of it's a language and that there's a logic to it. And I've been able to help him diagnose a few things just by saying, just by like thinking about how the sequences of triggers and things like that work in coding. And just like, well, I did this other thing that might be related to it because XYZ. And he's like, oh, that might be it. If you were dicking around with that thing, then yeah. If you did that right before this and then that happened, then yeah, that might be the problem. Like I can guess once in a while out of logic, but I don't know a language, so it's unless you count TI-83 basic, but nobody does. I mean, a kindergartner could do what I did on a TI-83. A lot of it is common sense. I like algebra and I like language a lot. I never really got good at calculus, but the fundamentals that were explained to me along the way always made sense. Geometry always made sense to me. It always all made sense to me. Chemistry, physics, it always made sense. Like I could see the logic in it. I just didn't want to learn all the math because I'm a lazy asshole. People are always like, "Oh wow, you really seem to understand. You should like learn more about it, you know." And I'm like, I could. I know that I have the capacity to learn these things. I don't wanna. It's stuff that I pick up along the way throughout my life, and if I find it useful, I'll store it. But I'm not gonna go into the fields, and I don't feel like I would really like. I'm not a full blown Tesla brain, so I'm not really gonna be making a lot of big contributions. I might be able to do some, mill work with some calculus for some high-end fun stuff, but I don't want that level of stress. I don't want it. I don't function well under it, so I'm just like, nah. But people will explain shit to me, like, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's neat, like this, and this, and they're like, yeah, are you sure you don't know calculus? And I'm like, not a goddamn bit. Not at all. I just find it interesting. Alana, you're gonna learn to be a gunner. You're gonna be terrible for a while, Alana. Holy crap. But we're gonna have fun, don't worry. I promise this is gonna be a learning experience for everybody. Oh, she has no idea what she's in for. Where's the other one? Damn it, Lily, where are you? Are you in the dead zone? She must be up here, because I see them buzzing around up here. Yeah, that's... You want to talk about a learning curve. She doesn't have navigators, but that's not going to matter, because none of those matter to her. She won't need any of that. She's just tapped into my sensors, my navigational array. If I open a window, what do you call it? Subspace window, she's gonna fly through mine. Like they've done it multiple times in the Stargate franchise. Like when the asteroid was headed towards Earth, one of the alien species pushed an asteroid towards Earth, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. So Shepard's like, I'll open a subspace window right in front of the Earth, and me and the ship and the asteroid will just go right through the planet. And it's like, we don't, and they're like, you can't do that. You're too close to the star. You can't make a full-blown trip. And he's like, I don't have to. I just got to go just that little gap across the planet. We'll come out just on the other side of the planet. Everything will be cool. And the rock just goes through his subspace window. That's what I imagine they do. That's why they only need a warp drive. They don't need the power for it. They're not opening the window. Their drive just creates the bubble that allows them to go to follow me. Like Star Trek, the warp bubble. Whatever the fuck you want to... However you have to sell it to yourself, fine. I'm just not going to sit here waiting for you to have an epiphany. Alright, so they have the Optronic. Whoa, she's down there. Holy crap. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna cheese it, because I'm not gonna wait. I'm just gonna reset her AI with a save. It did not work. Okay, there's always option B. Just drag her ass to another star, and then fly her way back through the gate. Although actually, if the warp drive's charged by the time I get to the gate, it'll leave us a lot closer. Just like that. Because the gate's all the way over here. We're a little bit closer, probably about 30%. Yeah. I love that when he added the grid to this game, to the map and the radar, I was so happy. I was like, oh man, you have no idea how much that helps my brain calculate random shit so much faster. It makes life so much easier. Alright, 600 power, 300. 6 plus... Oh. Looks like I need another one of those. How we doing on that stuff? 30 relics, 50, 28. Okay. We've got enough for some gear and more. $700. 540 over 15. So let's... No. Yeah. 3 heavy shields versus 2. Oh, right, because the chargers will make up for the shield generator makes up for the difference in the chargers. So it's basically the same. This one just generates a lot more power for reasons. Let's just make some Mark 3s. It would take a lot more than 2, but yes, eventually it could accelerate very quickly. I made 10. Hell yeah. That's pretty much it, right? How many does she have? 37. And flux. And 6 heat sinks. Oh. Then But... Oh, she's only got a large battery. That makes a big frickin' difference. But I do have another orange large battery, so no big deal. Okay. So now we need the flux system. I need my container, whatever, accumulator. What was the other thing? There was another thing. What was it? Damn it. I was looking right at it. Oh, 2 heat sinks. It even has a collector beam. What am I missing here? Nullifier. Warp drive. Yeah, that's pretty important. Something's way off, and I can't see it. Oh. Man. This close to just completely losing my mind, like... That's what happens when you play a game for 14 hours. Yeah. Strafing power is pretty awesome. Okay. Pretty similar. This one's got the orange Vangy small and a purple ion. This one's got an orange ion and a purple Vangy small. Comes out with less than 10 difference. Awesome. Well, I just take out the inertial nullifier on mine. Still gets pretty good space drifting. But it's a similar effect, but controlling it's different. You have different options of control, different levels of control, and different attitudes. Namely because my way you only have one thrusting vector. You can have as many gyros as you want. There's just a hard cap on your ship based on its mass versus its agility rating. Well, there's a hard cap based on its size and agility rating. Getting to that cap is a function of its mass. Sorry. So its size class is a dreadnought versus its agility. Gives it some kind of a hard cap somewhere along the way. I think the cap does adjust with mass though, but also mass affects how much you benefit from the actual turning power number. Yeah, it's one of the things I like about the game is it uses math that you can't see, but you can kind of you can watch it happen as you play with the tools. So you kind of get this idea, but I don't. Again, with my lacking actual mathematic language and programming language, and not really knowing the formulas themselves at all, it's a lot of guesswork and a lot of just taking the assumption and not giving a shit. Because yeah, exactly. I just kind of have to make it up as I go, and if I can't get a firm number out of it, I'm just like, fuck it. I'll just, every time I change one thing, I'll play with the other stuff a little bit to make sure that it's optimized properly. A little bit of trial and error. My subconscious knows it well enough that I don't need to become fully consciously aware of every minor detail and specific equation. I could min-max and optimize a lot better if I did, but, or faster anyway, but I feel like I get close enough and I don't need to stress it, don't need to worry about it that much. It's just easier not to. Let myself just kind of immerse into the sensation of it all. Yep. 400 scrap, 300 refined metal, 28 Ardonian iridium, and the way I got that was basically just doing this. Oh, she doesn't have any weapons yet. That's okay, we'll just leave them docked. So what I like to do is put on 15 to 20 refineries, come out here, and you probably do this too. If not, you would have figured it out eventually anyway. And you just put on 15 to 20 refineries and let them run. And then, since there's no whitelist, blacklist option in this game, you just kind of look at whatever the biggest stacks are and delete whatever you don't need. And eventually, you'll fill up with like 100 to 200 scrap. You'll get a few iridium, sometimes as much as 10. You'll get 20 to 50 Ardonian, 20 to 50 refined metal. If you use PMC refineries, it goes really fast. I've got a stack of them. They just kind of hang out, and you just blast shit. Now, I was not the first person to mine an asteroid rush, other than Laios, but I was one of the first to, I may have been the first to stream it, but that was a long time ago. I don't think I still have those videos. Oh yeah, I love the Sanctuary, man. It's got more equipment space than this thing does. I think. It's like 174 or 176. Something like that. Like, it's ridiculous. But it catches things. It's a giant claw. And it's a scoop. I've used it as a shovel. I was one of the early pioneers of scooping up a bunch of rocks and then throwing them at a Ravager, but then turning and drifting past the Ravager and shooting it from the other side as the rocks kind of bounce around off of it. But yeah, you can use it for mining too. Just let it fill up and just let your mining lasers run. And just, you go to the asteroid rush and you basically just stare into the oncoming rocks and hold the space bar. It's fun. Let's just say there's a lot going on with the asteroid rushes that have been fine-tuned to the crazy shit that I used to do. 16 PMC after I made 20 Ardonian. And tomorrow my fleet ships will be able to use these, so I can give a couple to each one of them, and they'll pick up loot. And one day in the not so distant future, they'll actually be able to drop that loot off automatically at a station, and we may even have whitelist and blacklist options. Yeah, definitely. Now, I still need to make Alana some weaponry. We get any navigators here? Hey, we did. Look at that. I only need one. It's just to get rid of the red blinking. It will, I believe it would have 0 effect on gameplay. Alright, let's look at you. I'm pretty sure I know the layout, but let's just go ahead and look at it. 10, 10, 6, 6. Oh, no, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 2 space. But I could skip those, but no, I wanted it to have rear guns for defense. So 10, 10, 4, 4, and then 8 2s. Okay. Well, we'll do it the right way, right? We'll go one at a time. Like this. Pretty sure they're overload. Boosted. There it is. Same gun. Make 2 of those. I did not name them. Oh, I'd have to remove it. I don't care. Cool. Next is this. So that's 4. Oh. I mean, that's... Why is that not it? Oh, well, that's because that's it. Why did I do that? Slightly too hot? But it's not as hot as those. It's a higher damage output. Oh, the critical chance is low, but who cares? Doesn't really make sense, though. 0 and -5 critical chance. I mean, 0 and less than 0, it's not going to happen either way. It's not going to overheat. It's not using more power. It does slightly more damage, so why not build the better one? Ah, damn it. Proper labels are important. And the reason it's necessary to note that it's an escort is because my ship has nano components, so it's got 51 capacity, so its configuration would be completely different. I could equip the escort set to my ship, but not mine to the escorts, so... whatever. I don't know if this is going to work. It works! I didn't know if the editing hotkeys were going to work on that. I probably tried it before, but I couldn't remember. And then that. Oh, right, we need to load our sample. Not Nadalo because derp. Not range, because the things that come up on your sides are typically going to be the smaller ships, and they're just going to push right into you. So it's like, You don't really need range for that. You just need enough damage to make the shots count. Um, just make sure I'm not completely crazy. 8. I guess broadside is the right term. I honestly don't care though. Nice. Had all the necessaries. Oh. Thanks for the help, Lily. Let me just not try to put these on your ship. Whoops. That's fine. There's plenty of time for Lana to level up. She'll live. And they have that one extra space left that I could put a half point something on the front. I didn't equip any repair beams. I'm sure that's fine. Alright, so let's double check. Yeah, I think we've got enough. Yeah. I might as well just slap pre-mades on it, but I don't have any. I would at least have to craft the blueprint, which is not a big deal. Except I seem to not have that blueprint. I have the PD Rapid. How do I not have that? I could swear I scrapped a bunch of those a long time ago. Well, they don't sell them here, that's for sure. I'm pretty sure I don't care anymore. They'll be fine. Oh yeah, let's... I might as well stay to the end. Yeah, let's set the Zeus to never, because the thing I'd love to do more than anything is go and get the materials to craft another one of those. That's what I really want to do. I'm addicted to stress, it's a way that I get things done. I'm not under pressure when I sleep too long. At the bottom, and that makes me nervous. Alright. Yeah. Pocket change. Pocket change, really. Pittance. I've made more money wiping my ass. Alright, and just because I always do anyway, I'm going to fail to activate screenshot mode twice in a row. And now that's a crappy screenshot. Hey, Lily. The fuck, bro? Get back on camera, you jackass. Trying to take your stupid ass picture. There we are. We go over to the Discord. Gen chat. Paste and entree. I showed off when I built it, but now I'm showing off that I actually have it in my fleet, which is the perfect time to get killed. Look at those battle axes just going. Now that there's two of them, it's going to take like 300,000 to really force them out as easily as they used to get forced out. Look at their power systems just handling it. Yeah, now I don't care what happens to them. I did it for the gram, bitches. Get fucked, lame asses. Remember to always be lame to everyone. Stupid spoiled whore. Video playset. Nice. I guess I'll keep that for whatever reason. Can always make a purple one, but I've got lots of relics too, so it almost doesn't matter which way I go with that. Hot damn. Now, Madison's got +4. If I could get that +4, replace that with a +4, that's an extra 2. So 5, 8, 12. I could theoretically, with the right crew, get my 2 bad boy repair ships back in the fleet. Just gonna take some time. Yeah, okay, you guys are right. I get it. 20's too close. I get it. We know what each other's butts smell like now. It's unfortunate. Reality's not always pleasant. I wish I could give them something cool and flashy, but the truth is the AI does the best with beams. It's just a matter of accuracy. And I'm not really, like, all that upset about it. Just 3 more specialized fleet commander crew, and I can put the 2 repair bad boys back in the fleet as well. Whoa, no. You fucking idiots. Isn't that cute? But it's wrong! You take out that station, you ruin all the fun. You completely fuck up the whole reason we're here, which is to fight Vangi in a system because they control it and they'll send hunter fleets, but I have a friendly station to land on here, so I don't have to warp away. If I need to dock and dump my cargo, it won't despawn the entire fleet. Because no amount of vacuum cancels out the muffling effect of one's butt crack pressed firmly against your lips. I'm not shooting back. I'm gonna let my guys do that. I do love that the enemy gets in their own way. That poor battlecruiser had a really nice, clean, close-range shot on Lily, and one of their own carriers just jumped right in front and said, nah, fuck off. Ah, she's stuck. Are you still stuck? No, you're not stuck now. Holy crap, that's a warp out. Watch this, I bet I can push her through the station. It's really hard to get the Zeus pushed through a station. Dreadnoughts aren't as clean. Pretty sure I can pull it off. You basically just have to leave a little bit of a gap here. And then go boom. Dock, stupid. Dock. You're there. What the hell are you doing? Just dock already. Fuck off. Oh my god. Why? Why is this happening? What the actual fuck? Finally. Alana exploded. God damn it. Why though? What made Alana explode just now? I don't understand that. None of that made any sense ever. There was no point in time where I understood anything that was happening there. Except that I was trying to trick the computer, so maybe that was my fault. But still, not a fucking clue what just happened. Lily, let's get you... Let's compare armor. I think that's one of the places where we're going to be falling apart here. Such a chore to get him to dock sometimes. You already have Ardonian. Okay. That puts him just under 70. Fair enough. Alright, carry on. Just wanted to iron that out real quick. That damage resistance affects their shielding as well. I wish I could find some. I do missions for Terrans. I do, I hunt for them, their stations. I've got pretty, I mean, I'm in a nebula and my radar range doesn't suck, right? I look for them, but I have the hardest time finding them. And I haven't seen a single piece of Terran armor in this save in almost 60 hours. Kinda weird. Kinda. Not ridiculously weird yet. Maybe at the 100-hour mark I'll get kinda concerned that something's broken, but For now, it's just kind of inconvenient. Or at least I tell myself that, just to be amicable. To maintain my amicable nature, I should say. Wow. You guys really put the vegetable in Vangy. That doesn't make sense. It's not supposed to. It's how dumb they are. They're vegetable brained. I don't give a fuck. Oh man, I'm gonna make I'm gonna make 3 pounds of orange chicken tomorrow and probably eat half of it by the end of the day. I might even thaw a steak and make a Philly cheesesteak sandwich just for fun. For lunch. Orange chicken for breakfast, Philly cheesesteak for lunch, more orange chicken for dinner. Orange chicken. And not the cheap orange chicken either. Or not the cheap chicken, I mean. Ah. I do mine. I do my chicken traditional style, double fried, but I don't do the sauce on the chicken traditional style. I I do more of an American sauce, the dipping sauce, rather than lightly cooking it in a dense flavor. I just make a lot of dipping sauce, like 3 pound, like it's a cup of sauce, just under a cup of sauce per pound of chicken. Like it starts out around 3 cups, 3.5 with the water, and then I cook it down to usually about 2.5 to 3 cups, depending on my mood, if I want it thin or thick. But I gotta get all the ingredients. Luckily I have lots of ghost peppers, so that's not a problem. The way they're splitting this fleet when it's not a, when there's no battleships, the 2 of them should be able to tank this. Oh, I didn't drop shield down so I could permacloak. Whatever. Are we at 300 yet? No. I don't know if I've ever streamed Star Valor for 15 hours. I've played other games for that long, but 15 hours is about my record. Um, I because I play mostly like really heavy combat, I tend to get really exhausted really fast, but I've been getting a lot better sleep than normal lately, which has just been awesome. Hooray me. Not to rub it in for anybody who's still suffering from insomnia, but I am definitely celebrating my lack of lately. It's been really nice. And I was able to play that game Planet Crafter for 15 hours, but I don't want to call it casual, but it's not as intense. There's a lot more running from place to place in that game. And there's a lot more staring at the scenery, and there's no enemies in Planet Crafter. You're just terraforming a planet by yourself in a Subnautica kind of construction style. I'm pretty well fed and pretty well rested still. I got just about 6 hours of sleep last night, so I'm not over rested. So luckily I wasn't in any physical pain, because getting a lot of sleep, if you sleep more than 6 hours, you actually will have less energy, unless you're healing from something, in which case the extra sleep is kind of important. But that depends on what we're talking about. Like, if you got a bad back or something, you know, extra sleep helps. But hey, I like Planet Crafter. It's fun, but it's definitely not action-packed. So yeah, I was able to play that game basically already sleep deprived, and still go for 15 hours. And it's fun, I like it. But I'm kind of surprised that I'm still on Star Valor this far along. Now, I admit much of my mental faculties are failing. I'm having a hard time putting sentences together, let alone actually enunciating. But that's not a secret. I mean, maybe new viewers haven't quite noticed it as much. I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, I'm usually quite well spoken. This is most disturbing. But no, it's true. I can feel my mouth not wanting to make words anymore. It's resisting me. As much as my brain is resisting making sense, my mouth is resisting forming words. It's not a good combination, because it starts and people are just like, I think you should get some sleep. It's almost hard to watch. It's kind of like, at first it was making me sleepy to see how tired he is, but now it's just kind of painful. You know? It's not really funny anymore, is it? But I have coffee, I can keep making it happen. I ain't dead yet. I could probably make it to 20 hours, but I'll probably stop in the next hour. Maybe a little bit longer. Get a good 6 hours of sleep, and then wake up to the update. There's a part of me that's tempted to just say I should just go to bed now so that I can get that 6 hours of sleep, and he'll probably have the update launched by the time I wake up. But I also kind of like the idea of pushing my limits now, regardless of the update. Yeah. Does anybody know his address? He needs emergency help, like, now. Which is funny, because actually everybody that I live with is out of town right now. So, if that actually became a concern, it would be extra concerning. But no, think I'm pretty well aware of when I would start to lose the ability to call 911 out of sheer exhaustion. It's not a big deal, really. Oh yeah, we should probably have that on. That's another thing that's failing, is just my general game sense and awareness. Like, if I start dying too much, then I'll just call it a day, because that's not fun for anyone. I don't have to make coffee. I made a pot this morning, and it is half gone, but that was about 20 hours ago. So it could probably taste better than it does, but it's still strong enough. Look at them go. I wonder if they really do have too much generator power. Like, they have enough to operate all their non-spinal weapons all simultaneously, but they never really get the opportunity, especially now that there's two of them. I bet with these orange small Vangi reactors that I have, I could take them down a notch on power output, add some chargers that would take them down even more on power, and they would still be pretty functional. I think they would still be fully functional. It'd be worth watching, worth seeing, worth demonstrating, testing, experimenting, I think. I think I'm going to have some fun with this. So let's dig in here. We'll just start there. We'll go to 580. Although I should probably... I won't remember it, but I should probably at least see it. Yeah. We're going to knock 100 power off. Well, what is the output? 65. So that's 130. 195. So 3 of these is actually better than 1 of these. I'll put them on my flagship then. We'll do the same here. There, 600 charging, 520 power, 500. Show us what you got. Once they can, we have a saying in Finland, cold coffee makes you prettier, which then continues as, but the stomach can't handle the amount required to make this face bearable. In other words, cold coffee works better, but it tastes like shit. I think that would be the Texas equivalent, even though it doesn't quite mean the same thing. I feel like that's what it would get turned into after 100 years of cultural influence. Cold coffee wakes you up faster, but it tastes like shit. Oh, yeah. I'm not one to waste coffee. I mean, if it's like, if it's far enough into the next day, it's probably not gonna, it'll have broken down to the point that it's still weak. But if you make a pot of coffee and you know it's gonna take you more than a day to drink it all, Just put it in a jar, stick it in the fridge, drink it cold later, and it'll retain its strength. And yeah, why waste good coffee? It is considered sacrilegious by most Texans to waste coffee. The same way that it is sacrilegious to waste beer, good beer, or whiskey. And when people say that kind of makes you sound like an alcoholic, it's like, well, we'll waste anything else. Vodka, rum, whatever, who cares? But good whiskey and good beer you don't waste. That's just stupid. Very particular. Well, to be fair, I drink an incredibly light roast. It's very strong and also quite tasty. And I also take a lot of supplements and get cardio, and sometimes I drink a little pre-workout when I'm not going to work out. Nothing super workout intensive that it's actually bad for you not to work out when you drink it, but, you know, there's mild pre-workouts that you don't actually have to work out, and I think that it's kind of intentionally marketed that way. They call it pre-workout, but it's just pep. I didn't have any today because I just got the exact right amount of sleep that I can ride coffee out all day long, and I've been eating just the right amounts of the right stuff at the right intervals, drinking enough water, getting up and moving around now and then. So oh man, yeah. As particular as Texans are about their coffee, compared to Oklahoma, we drink shit. I spent a good amount of time in Oklahoma as a kid, quite a few years growing up there, and didn't really drink any coffee while I was there, but I've got family from Texas and New York, and they got nothing. They got nothing on how picky those people in Oklahoma are about their coffee. But when it rains the way it does out there, you have to have good coffee on those really. It's not just a matter of, oh, it's raining, I need a good cup to shake off the fog. It's, oh, it's been raining on and off for the last 2 weeks because we're on the plains and it just doesn't stop sometimes. And, you know, we need something strong to keep us awake in case a tornado happens at any time during the day or night. It could be completely random or it might be predictable, but one way or the other, we need to be ready to get the fuck going. I think that's why Oklahoma's so big on coffee, because more than anybody else, you know, well, Houston, Texas, and they're pretty big on coffee too. I won't say completely snobby, but it's similar to Oklahoma, but they have the Gulf Coast storms that they have to worry about. I think nature, Mother Nature, inspires a lot of coffee snobbery. And when you look at it that way, I mean, it sounds pretty justified to me. I've had tornadoes go down my street before. They didn't hit my house, but would, you know, tear the roof off neighbors' houses. And the whole bit about drinking straws on the sides of trees is no bullshit. But I'll tell you, even when you believe it, seeing it is still just insane. Seeing weird things sticking out of the sides of trees, but even just weird little stuff like drinking straws and shit, debris that doesn't make any sense to be stuck in a tree the way it is. Oklahoma during the dry season is actually not bad. It usually retains a decent amount of humidity. It'll be sunny, but you'll get intermittent cloud cover. Oh look, Lily's power drain finally. We hit a point. She's got a big battery and it came right back. Oh, they're fighting the fucking station again. No wonder. You fucking idiots, get over here. I just can't leave them alone. They chase those ships right back to the station. I really need a setting in their behavior to say don't go near enemy stations. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. The British Isles are definitely known for their dampness. Absolutely. But, Oklahoma is pretty flat for the most part. There's some hill country off to the east, but for the most part, it's pretty flat, and you'll still get flash floods. So they get some rain. They get some rain, but that kind of storm is not the normal kind of rain that they get out there. But I love the on and off showers that go on for a week or two at a time. It's fantastic. It's until the mold starts to kick up and you start to kind of suffer a little bit. It's delightful. But yeah, nothing compares to living on an island. That yeah, definitely have to concede that point. That being on an island, you'll experience a very different point of reference for what constitutes a good rain. There we go. Expert pilot, go Alana Williams. She's already up to 32. Now it'll take that much longer for her to get up to like 38. It'll take about the same amount of time. But 32 is pretty good. That's pretty functional. There they go. Chasing a ship off to the station again. For real though, I want a box here that says do not get within weapon range of a station. All it has to say is approach station, but the expanded definition would be, stay the fuck away from them entirely. Don't fight them. Don't get close enough to get shot by them. Because you'll just end up having to warp out faster. Now, a station, you can tank all the weapons on a level 52 Vangi battle station. You can tank their entire array with about 150 recharge, as long as your damage resistance is over like 60, 65, maybe 70. At 80, you can probably tank it at like 120. I don't know the exact math on that either. Oh, man. Talk about a way of life. It's just so unfortunate how common that is. From from an animal loving perspective, but also just from being a person with a nose. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad. So I need to maintain a certain amount of weaponry. I think if I do that one and that, so if I make 4 3-point repair beams. The range is 120, that's already pretty good. Yeah, I can make 4 of those. Oh no, I can't. I thought I could. No, not the middle ones. That one. That one. No, it should be. Because this can cover the front section, this can cover the rear. So we'll do these because they're lined up best for this job. Great, now they're backwards. Quite some nose, yo. Quite some nose. I mean, it ain't tiny, but you know, I've seen bigger. I can swap those repair beams back away once the update kicks and they use their automated repair systems. But for now, I kind of like the idea of letting them attack and I'll do the repair work. One day there were 4 skunks killed and the wind blew over the whole town from the mall. Yeah, like the the change in air density was physically, what, palpable? Is that the right word? I can't. Oh man, I'm losing my mind. Oh yeah, if this is gonna work, I need to be down to 20. Well, that was a bust. Oh. Oh man. Yeah. You don't have to explain being tired. I've been live for 15 and a half hours and spent the majority of it fighting and uh, gathering materials and crafting. It's a lot of math and tactics that it's just been really taxing. It's the longest I've ever played Star Valor at one time, let alone doing it live. So my previous record was 12 hours, so we're not like miles ahead of it, but you know, you hit a threshold where every additional hour has the same exhaustive capacity of the first 2 or 3 hours. You know, you get through the first 3 hours and you're like, you stop playing and you're like, you don't feel like you've done anything. But every hour since like 10 hours, I'm just like slowly losing more and more of my mind. Well, we kind of just... Oh, I'm not even at max weapon power. Wow. We're tanking the crap out of these guys. Oh, and I can swap more power down to, Nah, I won't mess with it, because I'm just going to change it back later. If I were going to stick with the repair beams, I could absolutely swap down some of these generators for more repair, because my potential energy consumption on weaponry is way low by comparison. Oh, can't repair him if I'm cloaked. Blurp. There's that exhaustion. Look at that repair work. 89. Look at all the criticals. Holy crap. What are we? 60% crit chance. Resist! Resist! Alright, you're good. You're good. You did your thing. I'm impressed. You weakened all these enemies so I don't have to hit them as much. So you like spinal weaponry, huh? Look at that, no misses. I just bombed the shit out of that guy. Now, once they have their systems back on their, once my fleet ships have the ability to use their repair systems, I'll put the plasma cannons on, like I said before. I'll also set them mostly to manual, and I'll set the spinals to my 2 thumb buttons, and then the side weapons will be set to left and right mouse buttons. And that way I can shoot through my fleet ships with manual fire, since 3 Zeus is kind of getting... Ah, damn you. Why does that happen? Are they... Oh, they're hitting each other. They're hitting each other. I have to warp them back in one at a time. There's some kind of a collision effect happening. I don't know what it is. They keep exploding. I don't really care. I'm just having fun with the fights. Learning how they're gonna fight. Trying to figure out the right moves and assumptions to make to stay between them for the repair beams. Time out how long it takes to turn in case I need to change direction. How long they'll be without my repair beams being on them. Now we're talking. Yeah, roast them, Lily. Roast the bastards. Actually, I can just do that now. Those are 10-point plasma cannons on special spinal mounts that you get for any ship that calls itself a battleship. So if you see battleship, let me up there in the description. Overload Gatling Heavy Plasma is actually the default name for them. That's what the system names them. No. There. It's not the most optimal way to do it because I can't aim at both sides at the same time. But at least I can get some forward action going and kind of shoot through them is kind of the idea. My gunners won't shoot through my fleet ships or under them or over them. The hardpoint itself makes it charging, but you can also put a charging weapon on it to make it a longer charge for even more DPS, but as much as I like how much you have to plan when you use dreadnoughts in a fleet like this, even I have my limits on how far ahead I like to think. There's a point where it's just too much waiting. I like to be able to decloak and then fire, which I'll demonstrate now. like that. There we go. Woo! That's quite a workout. That's a little bit of mental stamina gets burned up there. And then once they have their automated repair systems and it's safe like this, I can warp them back in. I can go ahead and try it now, but it's a bit risky. I don't care. I'm just experimenting. If one of them explodes, I'll just reload, but you need to stay close, lady. It repairs pretty fast. They actually have low armor, high damage resistance, so it's a small number, but it doesn't go down very fast. So having live repair beams on the field is actually really beneficial in that case. If they were using armor that had a higher capacity and a lower damage rate, I would have to spend a lot more time repairing them. And it would be a much higher risk. Hey boss, where to? Nice. I'm sure things like that will get expanded on eventually. And look at that, we get to go back and save. Did we get... No? Hasn't gone up yet? Come on, Madison, I believe in you. Chloe, you were on the right track, but you lost your way, bud. But you're still an integral part. Nobody else has 2 except for the one that has 4, so you're still very much an important piece on this board. Nice, improved upgrade kit. See, that's why it's important to follow up on those guys. Take out the repair ships. Not only will they repair the other ships that are going to kill you, but they drop cool shit. I don't think I hit that shit at all. In fact, I'm quite certain of it. Alright. Be well. Farewell. I really need to set up my green screen. The noise on this fake green screen app is just... I don't like it. It makes me look like a crappy cartoon. Oh, we gotta get away from the station, huh? They won't attack me if I'm next to a station like that. Honestly, I have enough relics for a long time. I can go without chasing a few right now. Last little sip of coffee with some grounds in it. We'll make it to the 16-hour mark. Can't promise much more than that, but I'm going to try to pack as much into it as I can. Stay hydrated. This is my 3rd liter since I woke up about 20 hours ago. Oh, man. I don't think I would have been able to turn and do as much damage if I had activated my spinal, but... it'd be really cool if we could just lock in like this. Like, lock our sides together with repair beams going across both directions, and then lock the other one on the other side so that I'm facing one way. Actually, even if they face the same way. Like Galaga. And I could just fly around with the 2 of them attached to me. There we go. Whoa. See, there's a relic. Repair beam's going. She's full. So now I can turn. Damn. That was pretty quick compared to what I've been doing. Not like bragging pretty quick, but definite improvement pretty quick, I would say. Watch this guy evaporate. Poor bastard. Oh, man. Come on, you guys. Pick up the pace. Stay with me here, damn it. Oh, they're getting kills, though. So no problem there. They don't have enough power for their spinals. Alright. Back to base. We'll make it work. I'll just need to give them bigger battery capacity. It's no big deal. You're like, man, we almost had that ship fixed. You never had that ship fixed. You never had your own ship. You were dead when you stepped foot in my arena. You can claim this sector all you want, but I own it. You don't do anything here without my knowledge and permission. Eat me. Whoa, that was way too fast of a turn for a spinal shot. I gotta bring that up to him. The spinals are still having a problem here. Granted, it's to my benefit, the problem, but I don't want to get used to it being that way and that it take, you know, the longer it takes them to fix it, the more acclimated I get to the overpowered nonsense, and I don't want that. There we go. So you need a bit more power. Okay. Bro. Bro. Now their power systems are much closer. Do I need to give them more battery power instead, though? Would that be better? I think it would be. I think if we drop that and just give them a huge battery. Just give them a great big, huge battery. Too much? I don't need that thing. I can work just fine with one of these. So we'll give them both an orange battery. That's quite a difference. Look at that congruency. Not a difference. They are identically equipped. Crew is a different story, obviously. Wow, that is a terrible engineer. Where the hell did you come from, and why did I hire you? In other words, what crack pipe was I smoking when you got signed onto this expedition? Just for the hell of it. Oh. Whoa! I mean, sure, the 107, but garbage everywhere else. Ugh. Just for the hell of it. No gunners, that's weird. No first officer. Okay, let's... Since you do have the low efficiency, then we'll do it like that. Oh. There. Just learn some decent shit for God's sake, right? Come on. Energy storage, that's fine. Now they have the same DR too. Different, slightly different shields, but very similar. Beautiful. Alright, that's much better. They're very well balanced again. Nope, you just got pocketed, buddy. Did I save it? I think I did. Okay. I wonder. Do I still have hardware monitor on here? No. Yeah. Ah, there it is. So yeah, only about half my cores are getting loaded. So when it says that I've got 40% CPU usage, that's half my cores getting 80% and the other half basically not doing jack shit. So I think that's the game being able to use multi-core but not multi-thread. And I don't know if multi-thread would make much of a difference, honestly, because the coprocessors are probably maxed out by the amount of math it's doing. Just a guess, though. It's just a guess. Hello, hello. Poppy Gaming. What's new? Besides you here, what else is new? Almost 16. This is my record stream and also my record for any session of Star Valor. I've played other games longer, but not live. and I've never played Star Valor for this long at once. So I'm at a very unique level of delirium. Level and location. Nice. Lone Wolf is great. Do you? I mean, if you like flying solo without a fleet, it's the right perk to get, honestly. Unless you really want a lot of high level faction gear from the Vang Yi or the Children of Terra, but the miners and traders offer a lot of good high level gear, so yeah, it's a good one. Oh, let's see what they have now. No, no. Hey, Nova, what's up? I mean, that's a good way to do it. Um, Now, in early access, you couldn't have more than 100 saves in your save folder, or it would pretend to save a new game, your 101st, but it wouldn't actually save it, which was just hilarious. Um, but I managed to fill that, to find that cap manually, but a lot of the save files were an hour or less experiments, so it's not like I had 100 full games. I started, well, I guess, yeah, minus 5 hours, so 11. So it's about, uh, what would that be? 9 o'clock in the morning, West Coast time, Saturday morning. Yeah, still going. There was a point where I noticed that Laios had been offline for a minute, so I was like, maybe I'll go to sleep and we'll wake up at the same time and he'll launch the update. But it's not like he's gonna launch it right when he wakes up, right? Otherwise, he would have just done it now. I've got four now since launch. One was for this. One is for unlocking the Vang Yi Dreadnought. This one's all about the Zeus. I finally got my third Zeus in the air, or in space, as it were. Exactly, exactly. Like, he would wanted to have stayed awake to see it roll out, but he wouldn't just like make us wait just so he could get some sleep and watch it happen. So I'm like, it's probably okay to keep going. Lately, I've been running off of 6 hours of sleep per night, maybe eight, but like that's only if I feel physically sore from work and feel like I need the extra physical recovery time. But mentally, 6 hours has been doing it for me lately, which just means that the new schedule and job has been really positive for my mental health, which is great to have an actual indicator of that I'm not trying to sleep for 10 hours anymore and only getting 3 actual hours of good sleep, and then 5 hours of staring at a TV and zoning out and maybe sleeping a little bit and waking up. So yeah, it's been the right thing. Couldn't be happier about that. And that's why I've been able to play for 16 hours straight. I've never been able to play Star Valor for 16 hours, let alone live. I played Planet Crafters for 15 hours live, but that's like, there's no combat in that game. You spend a lot of time running around, repeating the same task over and over, walking across a field, so it's not the same thing at all. Carol. Wow. 63% critical damage bonus, and that's on a repair beam. That's on an overload custom repair beam. Holy crap. I need another... I'm gonna have to slap another cooling unit on this thing. That one gun is overheating, and until I get the one crew that I need to make that not happen, I'm gonna have to make the sacrifice. There we go. This gun right here, the forward gun on the right side, was overheating. And not slowly, so I hadn't even noticed it really. Well, and not everybody requires the same amount of sleep either. I've always known that 6 hours is the right amount of sleep for me. It's just being in a mental and physical place that I can actually fall asleep when I need to and get that amount of sleep in one shot without waking up and feeling restless, and then not snoozing and going back to sleep for another 2 hours, even though it's super tempting. Oh, nice. Well, that's that sounds excellent. It's been a while since I've made my orange chicken. I'm gonna make some of that today. I'm really excited for it. Looking forward to good food is just one of my favorite things ever. Wow. Wow. That sucked a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's just the ones I can see. 9, 10. Fuck. I did not react quick enough for that, and they decided to shoot through me to hit my fleet ship, so I died anyway, even after the cloak. That was neat. That was really damn neat. So take a look at this. I've almost got my dreadnoughts perfectly matched up to each other. Obviously not me. That's going to be a whole different adventure to actually make them. Well, I've got room for improvement still. I gave them both my orange huge batteries because I've only got the two, and they need them for their spinals. I can get by because my generator max is much higher, but theirs is 570 with 528 repair and 67 DR with Ardonian armor. So there's improvements to be made, but they're getting pretty badass. When there's not that many death rays, if there's only like 3 or 4 of the Vangi battle cruisers, I don't even really have to participate. As long as they don't all 4 focus on one ship, then I can basically cloak and watch. I mean, I have 4 3-point repair beams on here. I do have the cannons to replace them, but they're also suffering the fact that I went ahead and already put the flux and repair systems on them. So that's, 10 points of potential shield charging out the window. Which, 10 points is a lot when you're talking about basically 80 times 2. But with the repair systems, they'll be able to warp back in and get repaired between waves a lot easier. And the flux will hopefully help power up their They both have orange Ardonian barriers like me. And give or take, they're basically identical. There's minor variations due to crew. Like this one has more armor and slightly higher shield charging. Basically the same shield capacity. This one just has more power generation. So it's really, there's not a big difference. The gear is identical, as you can see. 36, yeah. And that's, you know, garbage compared to mine. I've got 3 orange Vangi chargers, 1 extra shield generator, and 48, well, 3 orange, 1 purple, 48. So 56 space worth of charging. And boy, is it power hungry. It's, yeah. Double power, so 10 each, 480, plus another 48, plus another 100, so almost 600 power goes into shield charging alone, not to mention the actual generators. And then there's like the little bit here, and engines, and the repair system. So if I shut off my repair system, of course, it goes down, or it goes up to 1100, but it's still zeros. It's still zeros if I fire both. So I have them, I have my 2 spinals are on my 2 thumb buttons, which despite those being front and back button, it's not hard to keep that straight once you get used to it. And that way I have my other weapons alternating on LMB, RMB, and then automated are the automated ones are just the repair beams. But yeah, these fleet ships, they're doing the job, man. Full custom work. Spinal mounts are over 6,000. 7,000. 420 on the 2 forward ones, and those are only 4-point to help manage the heat and power and just the general capacity. And then 2-point all the way around. So that also helps with the heat control. I wonder if that one's overheating. They don't exactly have great crew yet, so I don't think their spinals are particularly effective yet, but it's getting there. Eventually I'll be able to pull the heat generation reduction off of my ship and put it on theirs. Yeah, and how necessary it is. Like, that's crew controlled, right? Those are down to 120, 128. If I, overheats right at the end. So they only need the 1 extra, really. But to keep all the others in check along with it. But you gotta understand that those 2, heat generation minus 23%, minus 21%. So there's a lot going on with those spinal mounts. The actual created weapon is ridiculous. Is it Nadalo? It must be. Or is it not? What am I missing here? Something's off. Base stat or raw value shouldn't be comparing it to its, well, whatever. No, yeah. Oh, I lost a core. That changes things. Well, the range isn't that much. Why is the range higher? Oh, 150. Yeah, I guess it is. That adds a lot of power, doesn't it? And so do the heat sinks. Maybe it wasn't a Dalo. Yeah, because our DPS is high too. No, that doesn't make any sense. That's close. I don't know. Maybe, but that doesn't make any sense, does it? And yet that's what I did. Weird. I guess I was shooting for a specific heat target. I must have given myself the impression that I could do math for some reason. Yeah, no, you're right. That's the giveaway. I'm sure I was shooting for a specific heat target. But that would fall into it and still, so... Anyway, I'll remake them another time. I've got enough scrap to remake some weapons. It's the copper that I keep running out of. But that's okay. I've been using an expansion module to pull copper in from other systems. And titanium and aluminum for the 3 Zeus. Okay. Well, let's get in a fight. I'm still feeling pretty frosty. My brain's definitely sliding. I've been having trouble forming sentences and then forming words at the same time. But now the caffeine has started to wear off, so it's actually getting a little easier. I'm not trying to spit words out too fast, so they're kind of making more sense. No! I didn't mean to... I accidentally decloaked. I'm so dead. I did it again. I was holding down the fire button when I pushed cloak like a dumbass, and it's so survivable. I was doing fine earlier with less optimization. I still drink my own homemade cheap shit coffee. It's not that cheap. I started buying something slightly better, but it's still just a classic old cheap ass drip roaster. But it does the job. I've drank a little over half a pot since I started streaming, so... Oh, man. Alright, let's get a battle going, you guys. And I'll try not to completely fuck it up. Ah, little ships. This will be easy. Famous last words, right? Of course, once I can ditch these repair beams, it'll be a lot safer. I'll be able to compensate for little minor errors a lot better. But honestly, I don't even really have to help with this shit. If there's no battleships, I can just watch. It kind of makes me wish I had optics so I could watch better, but like even this view is kind of entertaining in a way. For a moment. Not for the whole battle. But then there's them not shooting the repair ships yet, so I still get some things to do. Dropping shields so I can keep firing these guns while I fire my spinals, because they're not attacking me. Little things like that that you have to think of in the moment. That way you can get rid of more of these ships before the next wave of actual destruction comes warping in. And that's mostly what's been failing me, is the little details that seem minor but are actually pretty important. All the little adjustments you have to make along the way. If I didn't have a lot, if I didn't have 1900 hours of muscle memory to rely on, which, doing this, it's probably not nearly that much, but probably still over 1,000. If it weren't for that, this would be insanely difficult. I don't know how capable I would be of doing this after 16 hours. Legendary miles per hour. I still prefer kilometers per hour, but he's doing a great job, and he's going to go up another 4%. Badass! Let's, not get warped in on with our shields down. You know, Legendary Tactician, great. Bonus Fleet Commander 1. I am not impressed. And you didn't go, or... you're not even purple. I'm trying to get all of these to go Orange Specialized Expert Tactician, or Legendary Tactician. This was my first Specialized Tactician for Fleet Commander. And although it helped me get the third Dreadnought in my fleet, it's not going to help me get the 2 repair bad boys back in my fleet. I need another 10 Fleet Commander so I can do that. And then that supplementing the repair systems that we all have. No, that's the thing. I'm right at 80. So I'm stuck with the ones I have until I find something better. But these things crit so hard. Their base is like 33, but you can see they're critting to 89 per barrel, you know. So they don't suck for repair beams. What? Oh, large battery, okay. But it will be nice to have my full plasma array back. I'm looking forward to that quite a bit. I've been collecting a lot of upgrade kits though. But yeah, I figure having those two bad boys back in with their full arrays of repair beams will be better than any other tactical or otherwise any staff position that any other staff abilities that could be put in. So I'm still trying to max out Fleet Commander as much as I can. I don't think it would be possible to get a fourth Dreadnought in on this particular save. I don't. It's not white collar, so I'm already missing some Fleet Commander there. And the Zeus only has. I mean, if I wanted to switch my Zeus for a Rising Sun, we could start working our way towards it. I don't know if that's quite worthwhile. I think me having a Zeus is contributing a lot more than that extra 10 Fleet Commander space. So and I'm just storing all the resources. I mean, I've been destroying some iron in space, but as you can see, not all of it. In fact, other than the aluminum and titanium, I probably am not far from being able to build another Zeus if I wanted to. Just to say I did it. Yeah. Yeah. There. Oh yeah, this one's out of microchips because I bought them all. I'm one short on chips because of all the crafting. So one chip and 1,000 of each of these and I'm set. And I've got almost 300 titanium and almost 200 aluminum. I mean, it's not like I would have to do a whole lot for that. So if, I mean, for crying out loud, I've got 115 iridium. The fuck am I going to do with that? You know? Make another, what, 30 something? Almost 30 more. So yeah, I'd have about 60 Ardonian components. I don't even know what else to use those for. What else are those used in? Nothing I can think of. Oh, well, yeah, that, but like, one, right? Do those ship enhancements work for fleet ships? I always forget, because that's something I haven't done yet. Well, see, there you go. I could make them do more damage. They don't need more I think weapon heat, and I could get rid of their cooling. I could get rid of their cooling systems for, right. Like that. It would be pointless to put that on them. So I could either crank up their damage or crank up their cooling so that I could pull out the heat sinks and put a couple more shield chargers in, but I don't think that would do a lot. Repair cost, that's hilarious. Um, Wait, no, they don't. There's no damage at this tier, is there? It's range. They don't need range. Everybody wants to get up close to them. So really, yeah, that would be the one to do. Yeah, well, the tier 1's going to be more DR. That I already know. I feel like if I added 2 of these, that would be like the equivalent of a 3-point Vangy reactor. That doesn't save much. But if I knock 10% off of the heat generation, I mean, they're using 6 heat sinks. 10% is like, these aren't doing 10%, right? Oh yeah, a little over. These are doing 13. So I could open up 4 space, give or take, by adding those. By going with cooling. Shield capacity would be okay, but I'd rather have their charging up. The capacity's not really the issue. It seems like the only tier 2s that would really make a difference are these. And, I mean, I might as well try it. What's the worst thing that happens? I have to replace them. Yeah, 95, 101. If I could get an orange one, that'd be cool. But, wait a minute, do I have... And then... Yeah. Bitchin'. Although that got pretty power hungry pretty fast, so that could end up being a problem. But... oh well. Hey, Samos, how's it going? And I like using the Vangy chargers for this because that little extra battery power. And these are beams, so they should not overheat. And now they're oh no, their DR's almost max. Oh my god. Woo, buddy. And that extra 10% is going to go a long fucking way. Wow. Look how far away she... Oh, Alana. Especially because I'm using repair beams. If they're going to take less damage to their armor even, then that means the repair beams are going to be that much more effective for them. I've been dropping my shields to sustain my spinals. It's been working out pretty well. And then just crank it back up and pop. There we go. I've got one left on that. One charge left. So... yeah, that got her out of there. When you put it that way. So this guy I'm just going to take out with my primaries. Same with this guy. Same with this one. Now I'll pop the shield for this guy. They both use their spinals up, so now I can just have at them. And that's how you do that. Wow, I did it. I didn't die. No major fuck-ups. Only minor inefficiencies. Oh, like, in other words, you should be able to be friends with the Vangi and the Children of Terra to the point that they both trust you with their most secretive technology. Their ultimate technology at the same time. Well, the barrier is just DR. It's just damage absorption. It's not... It's not perfect. Stuff gets through. There are some size alignment issues with the visuals on the Zeus, up to and including the fact that you can't use repair drones with it. I just haven't found it improved in Orange. I never found Orange improved. Where's Alana? Oh, Dead Zone. Of course. Where else? Okay, where are you going, Alana? I'm over here. You went the wrong way. A lot. Pretty consistently the wrong way, Alana. You are still doing it. Do you want repairs or what? Because I can repair that 6,000 hull pretty fast. Do you just want to dock? I'm just going to order you to dock. I've got $11 million. Fuck off. Be as dumb as you want. It doesn't matter. There you go. Maybe don't push me away from the things I'm shooting, especially when I just ordered you to shoot them. It's kind of weird there. Gotta evenly damage all of them so they stay together. And then you can destroy them all at once. Or at least the last two all together. Try to. And that's how you get them all. Ralph Ewing, huh? Alright, that's how that gets done. So yeah, 16 hours, and the pretty large majority of it was spent doing exactly this with just the one ship. A lot of it was with Lily in tow, along with two bad boys that are fully decked out in custom repair beams. And I gotta say, they don't suck. They're 1.5, they do 36. Just under heat, overload repair beams. They're not amazing stats, but they don't need to be. It's just enough to keep them alive. They both have optronics. Not orange, but they have optronic. Well, no, that's my fleet ships. I have 48 plus 3 orange and purple Vangi. Of course, once I get more of these, I'll have more power and space, and once I get orange on here, and then get more of these in orange, I plan to have well over 1200 recharge. Yeah, just what comes off the Vangi heavy shields. But I've got 80 DR, and my fleet ships have, woo, bouncy. Both of these two have 77 damage reduction. It just occurred to me that I never put the ship enhancements on them. I'm so delirious right now, I can barely remember words. I was telling Nova and some of the others earlier, I've never played Star Valor for this long, and it's mostly been in combat. And I've never streamed any game for this long. Well, have you seen what I've been fighting, though? The fleets that I've been fighting. This isn't typical. I'm approaching minus 300,000 reputation. Some of the waves have had upwards of 10 level 60 gold star V5 battleships just ready to fucking pounce. You piss them off bad enough, they find you. But I've managed to make quite a mess of their space. Yeah, they all came at me. They basically ignored my fleet ships, which, you know, I prefer they do the opposite, personally. They're set up to absolutely stay in the fight as long as possible. But I also have them already set up with automated repair systems and flux systems and barriers, which are identical to mine. Purple, purple, orange, and orange. Oh, we got a fleet coming. Oh boy. Oh shit. I have to start with the spinal mount now. I'm hiding behind. Otherwise, they're gonna push her out of the system like real fast. Actually, there's not a lot of battleships here. So that's not bad. This will actually be kind of easy by comparison. This is a tame wave. I'll be able to take these out before the next wave comes in. Even when I can survive 10 of the battle cruisers with their spinal mounts, the problem is that it takes so long to kill them that I end up getting forced out of the or another wave will end up coming in. Ah, damn, I missed a battle cruiser. They pushed her out. Damn it. I wanted to keep her in. I've got repair beams on this ship. Like, really strong custom ones. And scene. But look how fast I can repair her 6,000 armor. If she sits still... Thank you. There, and she's back in combat. She's ready to go. I don't even care about this stuff. I'm just scrapping it for the experience for my crew. My crew's not exactly optimized yet. Once I get all my staff to bonus fleet commander orange, level 50 orange legendary, I'll be able to bring in my 2 bad boys that are stocked with repair beams. Oh, did you raid? I didn't even realize you raided. Thanks for the raid, man. I'm so like... Yeah, it is. It is hard to piss them off when you can't find them, but you'll really only need one system. Once you get to the point where they send hunter fleets, then the hunter fleets give you negative rep. The negative rep makes bigger hunter fleets. Kill those, you get more negative rep. It doesn't hurt to find, if you can find a few stations to swat along the way, but... So I have these 2 bad boys set up for my hangar, my 10-point hangar. Because right now I've got, like, all of our weapons are custom, right? Like, but I've got these monster custom repair beams on the sides of my ship so that I can pull in between them and repair the both of them at the same time. But ideally, once I get more fleet commander for my crew, I can get that up to 90, which will allow me to bring these 2 back in, which are solid overload repair beams, 1.5 point. And I mean, these guys are tough, like 93 under 2400 shield, like they don't back down. They don't suck. In fact, they could be better. I'll update them tomorrow. Hey guys, what's up? But I'll get them with Vangy heavy shields and maybe some better armor. And, well, I don't have better reactors for them, but that's okay. I mean, I do, but I'm going to end up using those on my ship. Like, this is 170, 2 of these are 130. I could probably get away with that on my ship and then add some... I'll basically lose about 70 power adding it, switching it over to some extra shield chargers. I don't really have specific suggestions on how to find the Vang E other than what you probably already know, which is around the starter system. The different factions tend to have specific territory that branches off. Once you get kind of far away, it gets a lot more mixed in. But in this region, they tend to be a little bit more conglomerated, organized, and sorted. So, like, it's not a guarantee. There's still sprinklings, of course. But, in other words, if you're not finding Vang E over here, then go over here. It should be a nice, decent-sized radius. I would say, what, 30 parsecs? Give or take, you should start to notice a pattern around 30 to 40 parsecs from the central systems. But it's not a guarantee. I mean, it's still very much RNG, and sometimes you just get weird splatter paint bullshit. And there's no way to know until you're pretty well invested in the save. So, and I'm laughing because it's happened to me a lot, not because it's funny that it happened to you. It's unfortunate when it happens, but I've seen it many times. that's the nature of the beast. Man, we're gonna hit 17 hours. I can't believe I'm still going. This is crazy. When I'm fighting by myself, I don't take as much time to go back to the station. I just kind of keep going. Did you get it? No. Jackass. Why didn't you just shoot it a little bit? That's all it would have taken. Come on, Lily. You're the level 50. You're supposed to be the one setting the example, right? I guess I could set them to attack. Maybe they'll do a little better. Oh my god, I'm so tired. The endurance trial of it all. Like, my arms are getting sore at my biceps, at my wrists, at my shoulders. My neck is getting tight. Of course, my fingers are getting sore. Because it's just like, I'm so like engaged that everything gets tense when the combat starts. And then like when I relax, I'm like, oh shit, I need to stop tensing up so much. Maybe we'll go ahead and set these to auto. Like we did earlier. The problem is, the reason I had those set to manual was so I could shoot through my own fleet ships. I could shoot around them, under them, whatever you want to call it. But I think at this point they're pretty sturdy. They don't need me to sit behind them and shoot over their shoulder. We should be trying to pocket the enemy in and surround them, which is what they're trying to do to us, so... Yeah. No underwater escort quests. Oh, man. I'm not trying to say that mining's not tired and that normal combat in the game is not exhausting. I know it is. I know it is, but when these fleets come in and your brain tries to wrap around all this shit, like, people like to say, oh, you know, Dreadnought combat's kind of slow, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, whatever you have to tell yourself. Your brain's still running quickly. The combat itself might not be as fast-paced, but your brain is working overtime. Except not so much for this one, obviously. These waves of tiny ships, as long as they don't gang up on any one of us, except, well, as long as they don't gang up on the other two too much, if it stays pretty balanced, they're not that bad. They're pretty easy to just kind of sit back. In fact, I can cloak and walk away, and they'll still do a good job as long as neither of them gets ganged up on too bad. I wish to God I could see their heat levels. I feel like that's really important to know when they overheat. They don't have to tell me which weapon it is. I just need to know when that's actually the issue, so I'm not guessing. But I have a feeling that'll come soon. I told him all he has to do is put split this in half with a horizontal line, so you have a stack for whichever one is overheating the most. You have a lighter shade, and then whatever the minimum overheat is, you have a darker shade that rises up to meet it. So it's like two different lines on the same graph for your maximum heat and minimum heat. And he seemed to think that was a decent idea, but maybe not combine it with the battery. Maybe as a separate item, but like, once you know what your minimum and maximum is, you can determine at that point which weapons would be overheating. It's just a matter of knowing if any weapon is overheating and if all weapons are overheating. That's really all you need to know. Because there's not much you can do about it in combat, honestly. It's just something to know once you get back to the station to be able to make adjustments. But, you know, at the same time, I could just do all the math and work out exactly what's going to happen. Well, that's what I'm saying, is you could just work out the math for the heat and know exactly what's going to happen, but that math is, the numbers aren't always 100% accurate, so... I'm guessing here. I'm blind firing. Hoping that I'm hitting the battleships. Now I gotta get out in front of them so my main weapons can fire. Stay with me, Lily. It's gonna be crazy when they can use barriers. But yeah, you can work the math out and know if they're going to overheat or not, and even if it's not 100% accurate, you can work out a little bit of a buffer. It's not usually more than a couple of points, you know, 1%, 2%. It's not a big deal. Oh, the barriers? Yeah. They're going to pop that barrier and haul ass. I can't wait till enemies have barriers too. Is that going to happen at the same time, or is it going to be fleet ships first? Or is it... I guess I didn't read it carefully enough to make that distinction. It just says fleet ships. It doesn't say all AI ships. We'll see if that includes enemies, but I think he would have been a little more specific. He usually tries to be. But yeah, I'm sure enemies will eventually get the ability as well. I don't know why they wouldn't. I'm pretty sure he's confirmed that they will, right? Oh yeah, I don't think it's going to be all of them. I mean, I'm getting close to the point where I'm gonna be having a low enough reputation with the Vang E that once dreadnoughts are in, I'm gonna be fighting several dreadnoughts and battle cruisers at the same time. If they all have flux barriers, then I'm gonna have to spend like half the fight just running those out, just running out their flux and hoping that I can focus on one ship long enough to run its flux out between my own barrier cycles and cloaking cycles, and to then be able to actually get a kill. And the longer it takes to take out one of these fleets, the more likely it is that another one's going to warp in before you actually take them all out. I'm already kind of running into the uphill on that. It's why I was so desperate to get the third Zeus in the air, because I was already starting to run into the compounding wave issue of not being able to kill them fast enough. Don't get me wrong, Lily was fucking tanking it. She was fucking pulling weight, man. Getting kills even in the face. Like, you know, 3 battle cruisers would get on her and she would do critical damage to 2 of them, to where I basically, like, even if she warped out, I would come in and sweep through 2 of them like in an instant without my spinal weapon, then pop Spinal and kill 2 or 3 more, and then hopefully by then I would still, you know, be able to survive cloaking. Because if you use your barrier first and then fire both Spinals, that's your 7. That's your 7 flux. It's time to cloak and charge again. So having the 2 of them is really nice, even though they don't really hold much of a formation. And they have a tendency to follow enemies back to that base and try to destroy it, which is horrible because it's the only one in the system. I have other systems where I have a friendly station in the enemy territory. I have at least one other one, but like they're fucking unicorns. You know, if you accidentally save after they destroy the station, that's it. You have to move on. But yeah, I feel like he'll tell us very specifically when it's time to give enemies the flux and barrier options. But I'm just as excited for them to be able to mine properly, even though I don't really need that on this profile anymore. It'll help with other profiles moving forward. I'm constantly hitting H, so like I'm constantly hitting F2, but I'm having to call them off a lot as well. Let him go. Damn. I don't like when those compound. They're not the best repair ship in the game, but it sucks when there's a bunch of them sitting behind a bunch of battleships. I can't wait to fight the V6 and to have a V6. I'm really excited for those to get into these fleets. When I had minus 400,000 before the Vangi, before the battleships were in at all, and they were using Titans and Juggernaut cruisers, there would be like 20 Juggernaut cruisers and 10 Titans. Now, he may scale that down per rep because they're all battleships now, but... Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just let them handle this. See, it's unbalanced. They're all going after Lily. But I can keep her alive pretty well. Alana's taking a little bit of Vulcan damage, but her shields are holding, so she'll be fine. But I can still tag her from out here. And then now I can cloak, and they'll finish the job, which leaves me to manage my inventory in peace. Oh, that's their spinals. I'm like, there shouldn't be any cruisers, enemy cruisers. I don't think so. It's not often that my fleet ships actually fire their spinals, especially at small ships like that. So sometimes I'll hear it and I'm like, I just gotta check and make sure they're not fighting a battleship. I guess that's the wave though, huh? So they do pretty good. They do pretty good. I mean, they contribute. It's not like miraculous or anything, but they're definitely contributing. I still wish my gunners would shoot through my fleet ships to enemies. But then, you know, enemies would get the same ability, so it's okay. It'll get better. They use it. If there's a mob of battle cruisers in front of them, they'll fire it. They might not sustain it for the full duration, but they'll get some hits. The fact that they hesitate to fire it at the little ships, I'm almost glad. Because it's usually not very helpful. They're just going to miss a bunch with the slow turn radius. And it's better to save the charge in case a bunch of battleships show up right away. All of a sudden... Now, sometimes I like to park them at the station and then come out here and wait, and then cloak and evade the enemy and let multiple waves stack up. But I'm too tired for that shit right now. Even without the space pilot perks, the space pilot bonuses, it's kind of fun to solo the massive fleets. But I'm pretty sure that would only end badly right now. Come on, call your friends in. Quit making me wait. It's a lot of repair ships. There we go. You used your spinal and then the fleet comes in. Damn it. And you're the one getting smashed by him, aren't you? Oh, but it's a mixed fleet. This won't be hard either. I just block all the missiles for them with my 900 shield recharge. Come back, Alana. Fun's over here. Go. So this is pretty tame so far, compared to what we had a few minutes ago. We've had a few weak waves in a row here. I mean, they always have a little bit of trouble with any spinal, but a lot of that is due to enemy speed versus the slowing of the turn radius. That's why I give them beams, because it's the easiest to point and shoot with. It's the best weapon for NPCs in my opinion. Although now that they can use missiles more effectively, that's not so bad either. But at this stage of the game, you really don't want to use a lot of missiles. There's way too much point defense, way too much time to wait, too much that can interfere with it. You want that guaranteed damage, and maybe if I had a whole bunch of orange Fang E missiles, there could be some consideration there. Alright, show me the battleships. Nope. Another mixed wave. See, if they focus on me, then my guys, then those two really start racking up kills. I've got like, they're at like what, 600 and something shield recharge to my 900, but they have pretty much the same damage reduction and absorption that I do. So if they don't get harassed too much, they are tough as fuck. My gunners are struggling because their repair guys keep getting in front, and my gunners will not shoot at them. I can't wait for that to get fixed. So excited for that. Like, don't just not shoot. Why not shoot? Oops. Doesn't matter, I can make those in purple easily. Oh, you're gonna get another one. Alright, well, okay. Let's see it. Two. They're not getting any more. In my off-air time, I'll find some more crew that can expand my fleet commander, because the amount of time that it's going to take to actually get back to have my bad boys back in the fleet, it would probably be about 5 hours of straight hunting, if not more. I would say 5 hours minimum, based on how long it took me just to find that one. There's no telling if the next one will take longer or not. Stop going easy on me. Send the battle cruisers. Oh, my poor math coprocessors are so overloaded. Yes! Thank you. That's worth losing 0.3%. That's my first piece of that on this save. All the orange crap that I keep getting, and I keep the oranges as trophies, but the rest of it, well, like, these I'll keep just because. Even though I don't have the fleet capacity to put them to any kind of use. But I've got a neat little collection of oranges. Still need more reactors. Need. Want. Those I keep. Blueprint known. I can make that in purple if I want to. What's the recipe on that? Somebody was complaining that they couldn't find a second one of these to get the recipe to be able to make it. At least it's not expensive though. I mean, 10 superior components. Yeah, it's not expensive. 33 Vangi chargers. I'm ready for another dreadnought. I'll put it together. I'll do it. I mean, I was talking earlier. Like, I just need to go get some of the basic resources. I've got everything for a 4th Zeus. I play games until I'm tired enough to sleep. That's the tagline. But yeah, this is a little bit different than normal. I've gone way beyond my norm. I played a different game for 15 hours live once, but that game is not nearly as taxing as what I do in this game. $20 Ardonian, 16 PMC. I don't need that. Don't need that. Okay. Wait. So these are all repair ships, which means that when the next waves come in... Oh, they're not all... Okay, not all of them. But when the next wave comes in, they're going to have all these repair ships to support them. Not all of them will function correctly and do their job, but you can see there's a little bit of a struggle here just to get a kill. Which is where I come in with one of these. Which is what she should have been doing the whole time. But now I've gone and used up most of my flux, so it's going to be kind of tough. Don't. Oh. Alana, that was like watching you piss your pants. That was terrible. Yep. But this weekend is special. I was feeling extra rested, so I wanted to go for a nice challenge. Something about the finally getting good sleep and the update that's coming out being exciting and having my 3rd Zeus in the air. It just seemed like a good time to go balls out and see what I could get away with. Tomorrow's gonna be a fun day, that's for damn sure. So if I push through to the other side, we can kind of box them in. I'll push it up to 60 so they won't, my fleet won't just crowd right back on me. But they're not getting any aggro, are they? I guess a little bit. It doesn't matter. I'm tanking what they're throwing at me, so it's okay. So as long as my guys are getting kills and aren't warping out, I'm watching this battery real close. She gets real close sometimes. Which is another reason it's okay that they're not quite as aggressive as they could be. Nice! That was better than most of their hits. It's almost embarrassing in a way, but at the same time, it's like, I'm glad to see them using it at all. I've always had this habit of keeping oranges, and for a long time, lateral thrusters were like this trophy of garbage collecting. Because they're just, how many do you need, right? How many of those do you actually need? And I've got so many, and you just keep getting more and more of them, and not the stuff you actually want. It gets really ridiculous how many I've stockpiled. This save doesn't even come close. I've had over 100 of one type of lateral thruster in orange in the early access. Now, granted, adjustments have been made to the loot tables, but nothing super dramatic that I know of. $15, $4, $10, 14 of those, 6 of those. At least I got 2 of those, but I don't really have anything I want to use them for right now. I put those on with a bunch of boosters when I'm hunting down crew just so I can get around faster, but God, I almost don't even care about this relic. I've got too many. I have to chase it. It's almost time. Hostile warp been detected. Bring it on, bitches. Ah. Another disappointing wave. Come on. Almost fired that one too soon. I wouldn't have hit much of anything. Where is she? Sandwich time. Where the fuck is she? I know she's fighting because her power is fluctuating. They don't have boosters, so power fluctuation means weapon fire. That's it, those are all repair ships. Except for that one. There she is. Alright, not bad. Huh. 13%. Wow. It takes so much to get leveled up on these guys once they're already past that point. Wow, honestly, I didn't think I was going to make it past 13 hours. When 12 hit, I was getting pretty low. But I got another cup of coffee. Here we go. We're live. Oh, you're all by your... Oh, nope, you're not. Spinal time. That shield went down fucking fast. Wow. And I'm right in the middle of them. Alana's already out. And the one that I damaged is hiding in the back getting repaired. So I'm going to use regular weaponry for a minute. And then be ready to pop a... Oh, God. So much. I'm repairing from the back. And shooting. Ha ha ha! We did it! Fuck yeah, Lily. Whee! That's okay. That's okay. I'll get my shield back up. That's not bad. I love plasma. It's fun. I know I'd probably be doing a little bit better if I was using beams as well, but with 3 ships using beams, my eyes get bored. I like the extra lights. I love that it reminds me of Stargate, the drones. It really helps my brain stay engaged and not over immersed, but also not lose focus. It's like the variety of it all. I mean, that too. If they were homing... Howdy. Yeah, if they were homing weapons, that would be a lot like drones. Alright, so these are all repair ships. I'm pretty confident I can warp her back in and have her repaired before anything else goes crazy. Nah, don't bother. I just wanted her to focus on a target so she'd sit in a straight line. It makes them easier to repair. Sometimes you just give them a target so you can fix them up. They're not dancing all over the damn place. Indeed. Here they come again. What, was that supposed to be a sneak attack? I don't need my spinals for 2 of you. Not even with you there. You die fast. Oh shit, a heavy mining laser. Woo! Look at that. I don't know why I want that mining laser so bad, but I really, really want that mining laser. But really, I guess I could go without it. See, they're side by side over here. Turn back. Regroup. pushed up alongside him. He couldn't continue to fire at me. And by the time he pointed at the other ship, his other ships were in the way. Boom. God damn, that's exhausting. It doesn't seem like it should be. It seems really slow, like you got plenty of time to make decisions, but it's like, I don't know, it's really easy to fuck it up. When they come at you, like, your brain has to be steady. Like, you have to constantly be recalling them, you know? Whether you told them to follow a target or not, you have to constantly be pressing that H button to get them back in line. Oh my god. And then God forbid you have a piece of loot that you really want and can't quite get to the station to save. And there's an army of fucking battleships between you and the station, and you're just like, I just came out of my cloak and I don't know what to do now. I might be kind of fucked. I did. Oh, I've had this one for days. I think I had Lady Hog last weekend. I think I did. Doesn't really fit my ship that well, but like, I don't really care. I just collect oranges anyway. It's turning out to be a gunner as well. The crew efficiency is neat as an instructor, but I would rather have the fleet commander. That's the only reason she's not in that role. And these are almost all repair ships. I didn't want you to use your spinal, but I mean, I guess I appreciate the enthusiasm. And it got away anyway. So you were right and wrong to use your spinal. We needed the extra damage, but it wasn't enough. Well, shit. Uh-oh. What did I just destroy? I guess it was nothing too important. Ah, Bengi Orange Charger. Holy shit. Because I need more shield recharge, you know? Fuck. It's like they're trying to starve me over here. I should be able to easily clear 1200 shield recharge on this build once I have more of the orange stuffs that I want. It's going to be good. Oh, wrong one. There we go. What did that add? 10? Yeah, that added 10. Damn. That's not bad for a pre-made. See, look, they want me to have another Zeus too. Already got the Artonian energy barrier for it. I also like the Ardonian for its duration. It's really nice to oops. It's really nice to have that duration. Did not mean to destroy that purple. He's like, oh shit. My usual setup. Harder components, nano components, master commander, plus leadership. That one's not bad. If you don't mind giving up that one of either that, or that. Or that, honestly. I've given up Prodigy before. I'm pretty sure that's an okay one to give up for that. I'm pretty sure it compensates for it. Because your fleet ships get it as well. The main thing I'm benefiting from that, honestly, is just the auto repair from my guy. And, you know, armor, energy, all that stuff goes up, but all that stuff would go up anyway, except for armor, if I just went with the 5% crew efficiency. But I don't know, crew efficiency is kind of like, it sounds good on paper, but in these battles, the only one that really matters is your engineers. And all you get from that is generation, storage, power, regen, absorption, which is great, you know. Shield recharge goes up. It stacks with miles per hour's energy, or engineer efficiency. It's great, but you have to look at it from the point of view of what I'm doing. It's not helping my staff. My supervisors don't matter. My navigators don't matter. My pilot barely matters. It's just engineering. That's all that matters. So, yeah. A little bit, but like that saves you planning. You really, if you're doing it right, you're not losing a lot of positioning. You're not missing many opportunities. It's a lot more critical for smaller ships to have that piloting efficiency. It's a lot less useful for a big ship if you're planning correctly. Because really, my main dependencies are my barrier, my repair system, and my cloaking device. That eliminates the almost all necessity of turning, accelerating, top speed, strafing. There's not much to miss. It sounds stupid, but I mean, it's all I do is regret putting effort into anything but engineering. There's times where I've considered swapping him out for a much better engineer. But, like, at this point, I'm not even using speed boosters. The +3 turning it's great. The max speed, great. Armor, cool. Energy generation, neat. The hit point regen is really the big thing. it shortens the time that I need to remain cloaked to repair so that it syncs up better with everything else I'm doing. And the 9% shielding, I mean, like, whoop-de-doo, right? Like, what am I really... I go 59, and I go 50. It sounds dramatic. It's not. My shield, 3430. I just got 309 extra shield capacity. That's never making a difference. 844 to 970. Okay. That's a couple of purple Vangy small reactors. That's 6 space in my in here. That's helpful. That's nice. But once I have another 2 orange ones, I'll have 4 orange and probably 2 small orange, and it'll open up a crap ton of space. And that may not be as big of a deal, but maybe it will be. So energy generation, hit point regeneration, that's pretty much it. Everything else is planning. It's nice to have the speed and booster cost when I'm hunting for other crew, but that's going to hit a point where it's irrelevant once I have the crew I want. I'd like to have all of these guys be heat generation reduction so that I can replace all of these with Nadalo mods. It's really crazy how that and he's adding more to the end game, so that may not be the case. Like what I'm describing right now probably won't be what everyone's going to be looking forward to when they get into the end game. So don't be like, oh, is that it? Oh, that doesn't sound so great. Not the case. There's more coming. It's just when you rush to 300,000 negative reputation, then yeah, that's what you're looking forward to for now. But at the same time, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it either. If you like big ships, you need that practice, you need that understanding if you're going to invest a lot of time in the game. You need to hit those roadblocks and concessions and, you know, the realizations of what's actually important. It's useful. It's useful information. I sound kind of like, meh, but like, that's the emotional side of it, not the logical side of it. I'm not shrugging my shoulders because it's not fun. It is fun. Getting to this point was fun. Playing this out is fun, but some of the things that I consider, like, I've swapped that for that, and I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I'm comparing this where it affects all this stuff that's not helpful, but it helps these guys. Energy generation, storage, shield regeneration, absorption. Or I stand with this one, which really all I'm benefiting from that is, I guess, the turning, but the energy generation and hit point regeneration. So shielding or armor, and shielding, armor regen or shield regen, absorption and shield power. I'm not saying it's a bad trade-off. I'm just saying it's not a big difference. I mean, we can run the numbers real quick, just for shits and giggles, right? I'll just save it. Ah, shit. And I'm not just going to use the second reset without reloading because I don't want to make... If I make a mistake, I'll only lose 1 point. Oh, it froze. I killed it. I killed it! Finally! The game is locked up. I'm moving the mouse. The computer is completely frozen. I finally did it. This is why you have a stream box. This is why one should have a stream box. We'll run the numbers next time. It's completely locked up. Like, it's not going to recover. This isn't like where it says, oh, the program's not responding. This is a full lockup. Control-Alt-Delete. Does nothing. The metrics meter is frozen. My second screen, everything's frozen. There's no cursor. Like, I move the mouse to where it would be on the second screen in case it's just this program and cursor that are locked. No, everything's locked over here. The tracking, the logging for my metrics is frozen. The computer just came to a screeching halt. It just hit a brick wall. I hope the save's not corrupted. Fuck. Let's just check that real quick, just for shits and giggles. I'm gonna hard reset, because I don't have a choice. If it was gonna recover, it would have by now, and maybe it would have eventually recovered from that, but it's just as likely that it's bad for it than that it might recover, so everybody gets to see my startup. Oh, I guess I'll hide when I type in my password so nobody knows how long it is. There we go. Although I guess you could count, if you can count keystrokes. Oh. Number lock wasn't on. Oops. There we go. Well, it booted up. So far, so good. I can always pull out the backup save, hopefully, if it did corrupt the save. I don't think it did, though. It looked like it successfully loaded and then stopped. But we'll have to wait and see. All the porn. $1,700, good lord. Well, it's not corrupted. I think that's what was in my inventory. I have the heavy mining laser. Okay, let's try that again. So like 3,700 shielding, right? So we're looking at it from the point of view that I've got the extra tiers here. So I'll lose a little bit of speed, speed booster cost, turning, regen, armor, energy, shield, and for it we'll get our shield buff and our energy generation buff. Ha! 3674, 955, 969. Yeah. Not hot garbage, right? Definite improvements. I mean, when you've got 130, it's not bad. So 970, 955, right? Nine 80, 919. So that's slightly higher, but my shield is lower. So I don't know. Maybe that's better, but then I lose some of that armor regeneration. It's a crapshoot. It's kind of a toss up for me. Yeah, that was the concert that I went to. Well, that was the trade-off was squad leader for Prodigy. That's what I was comparing, right? How funny is that that now it's the same setup but it's 970 instead? So 970, 918. But you also have to factor in that my shield absorption went up as well. So technically, if you don't mind losing some of the speed and um, armor regen from Sleepy, then this is technically better because you get more shield regen and more shield absorption. Um, if you want, you could even forego that for that, which would allow you to use a lighter weight armor potentially and still get that 80 DR. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of ways to rework this setup to be better, but honestly, I'd have to take screenshots and compare it and stare at pages all day long, and I get to that point where, like, yeah, I could totally perfectly optimize it, but then one thing's going to change, another thing's going to change. I don't feel like I'd rather just get in there and play and get all the orange gear first and then worry about all the minor details later. And I don't think the differences are going to be a big factor in how fast I get there. To me, that's what it really boils down to. How much time am I going to spend doing the boring part and not play the game? Whereas if I do take the time to do the math and paperwork, then it's going to just have to get redone anyway. I don't know if it's the proper use of time. And that could just be the bias of, again, I would rather just play the game. I could just be being impatient. But if I can't even tell the difference, if I can't even identify my bias there, then I should probably just lean towards the thing that I want to do by default. Well, no, because I mean, I could put it in that instead, but I still have to have harder components. These two are absolutely necessities. I don't feel like either of these overrides either of these. Like, that's bare minimum to get that, right? And that's not an option. Oh no, I'm still crafting a lot. I'll be reworking weapons till the end of time. But where else would I put that? I still need the 15 to put the 16th point here. I would just be putting it here or here. But that's how I get 3-point plasma cannons though. That's how you get any odd number plasma cannon. You have to go over your booster count because it's default heavy mount. So I would lose one booster per 3-point weapon, and eventually I'm gonna go back to replacing these with plasma cannons. So I'll have, 3 on each side. I'll be losing 6 boosters in total, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's something. It's DPS. Yeah, I could throw something else in there. Wheaton's law is don't be a dick. That's all it is. I mean, we keep it, no graphic depictions of things that would be considered lewd or illegal, obviously, right? Other than that, just don't be a dick to anybody and you'll probably be fine. Wheaton's Law is Will Wheaton, the guy who played Wesley Crusher on Star Trek The Next Generation. They he didn't invent it. It's just he was a famous person who promoted the idea of people who are dicks make games not fun to play. And so it's just kind of this universal concept of don't be a dick. They just call it Wheaton's Law so that you don't have to actually say the word dick in company where it might be considered inappropriate. So by saying Wheaton's Law, you're technically following Wheaton's Law. Voyager's good. Um, I like I like pretty much all of the classic, all the old ones. I like Enterprise, all the '90s ones. I like the original series. The new ones haven't really appealed to me that much, but I also wasn't a big fan of the '90s movies either. For the same reason, it's more cinematic than theatrical to me. So it's like it doesn't do the same thing for me. Oh, it happened again. Wow, it's been so long. You've got a bot. Bye, Arnold. I've heard Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks is good, but I haven't really. Like, I've watched all of the original series, that's the animated original series. I've seen all of that, but like once. Yeah, it's cool. I banned them. No big deal. It's been a while, but those used to happen a lot. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta report them too. Yep. But yeah, that's pretty much the breakdown of why I do exactly what I do. Like I said, if you don't mind damage reduction and you want to go for survivability, you could flip the points on these two. Go 4 here, 5 and 1 here. And that would allow you to equip better armor. But really at that point, you're just deciding between attack and defense, and that's really situational. I usually default towards attack. The faster you kill something, the less time it has to do damage to you. You know, good offense is a good defense. Good defense is a good offense. Blah blah blah. You know, if your enemy can't hurt you because your defense is so good, then you can pretty much do whatever you want. Take your time to kill them. But if you kill your enemy really fast, then they don't get the opportunity to hurt you as much. So it's just like, it's just situational, really. I used to take a lot of exploration because I liked being fast, especially when I was using a cruiser. When I was doing this with a cruiser, fighting the big fleets with an Achilles, it was nice to be quick. Yeah, it was nice to be quick. And I was mostly doing it solo or with a couple of cruisers as escorts, like two or three. So I didn't really focus on social, so I was doing engineer, combat, exploration, and just maxing those out because, I mean, having that on a cruiser even, 7.5 when you max it out, acceleration 7.5 on a cruiser is great. And then you get optics to zoom out, and you get lower energy cost on boosters, and then +1 speed and agility, which may not sound like much, but on a ship like this, your speed is 6, your agility is 4. It's actually kind of a big deal. And then the half diminishing returns on speed boosters, which I don't even use speed boosters now because it's just speed doesn't fit my playstyle with the Zeus. It's I don't even play it the same as I play the Titan. It's completely different. It's a completely different boat. LD's worth it. LD. Oh, lower decks. You're talking about Star Trek. I forget there's a time delay sometimes. I'm like, what? But yeah, I've been told some of the new ones are good. Some of them aren't so good. I don't really give a shit. If I watch it and I like it, I'll keep watching it. If I watch it and I don't like it, I'll skip through a few episodes, just kind of like click, 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 just kind of buzz through real quick to see if it gets interesting. But that's just giving Star Trek the benefit of the doubt. So, you know, it's hard to not like a Star Trek. You know, I like Enterprise, and it's not just because I'm a Scott Bakula fan. It it's not a bad show. It has some really bad moments, but they all do. When people are just like, "Oh, Star Trek Enterprise, it's just not that good." It's like, sorry, but in a lot of ways, it's as good as Next Gen. It's just you were younger when you first watched Next Gen, so there's a charm to it, a nostalgia. You have to be a little self-aware. I'm not saying it's better than Next Gen. I'm saying that it's not that much worse. And that there are some really fucking cringe moments. I laughed. I laughed with the John Luck Pickard because it brought me right into the Irish episode where there's the two old lost Earth colonies, where one is a bunch of super uptight British people. They don't really have super British accents, but you can kind of get the vibe. And they're like really uptight, and they're all clones, and they're suffering the same thing as the Asgard and Stargate, where they're getting the diminishing returns, the degradation of a copy of a copy of a copy, and then so they need fresh genes because they're falling apart, they're getting sick, they're not going to be able to keep going. And then there's the other half of that expedition that no one's heard from either one for like 100 years or some ridiculous number, I guess, or 200 years or something. And then the other side of it is a completely agrarian society that practices very low tech, and they have no genetic problems, but they have, shall we say, a low priority on education beyond the necessities. like farming, and they're very, very, very fucking Irish. And anybody who's Irish watches that episode, and anybody who's British watches that episode, and they're just like, oh, it's so fucking cringy. But you have to laugh because you get the allegory. It's there, but it's just like, oh. There's parts of it where you just throw up in your mouth a little bit, and you're like, come on. Can we. Was it really. Did it have to be that cringy? I think we got the message, you know? Like, we could have got the point. They could have just looked the part. They didn't have to walk around sounding all fucking Irish and I need to get really drunk now. I need to get super drunk now. And you're just like, oh, just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Just skip. Oh, God. Just a bunch of horny, fucking drunk-ass pig farmers. And you're like, oh, my God, why? Why did it have to be that bad? It didn't, it was unnecessary to the allegory, and it came across as it was only there for the humor at the expense of a culture, and they do that a lot in Star Trek. They do that. The only reason it's considered acceptable is because they basically do it to everyone. You know? People are like, oh, I'm not racist, I hate everyone equally, and it's like, that doesn't make it okay. That just makes it, like, on a scale of 1 to 100, you just went from 100 to 99, like, there's no prize for that. There's some really fucked up shit in every Star Trek, and you expect it from the original series because of the time frame. People were super insensitive and prejudiced, and it was just like, it wasn't just Star Trek. But then, like, in the next generation, they're like, oh, well, we're so enlightened. I'm Jean-Luc Picard. I'm French, and I have a... And you're like, we're just so very enlightened, and I love theater and art, and I'm so cultured and worldly and universal. And you're like, yeah. Not. Good for you. Anyway, I love Star Trek to death. It's done more good than harm for sure, I think, in the long run. They're definitely more than just 99 out of a... They're definitely lower than 99 out of 100 on the shit scale, obviously. And they did do it to basically everyone, so I guess if you want to call that a level playing field, but if the playing field doesn't start level, then it's not gonna... Anyway, that's an unnecessary conversation. I think I made my point, but yeah, it was entirely political. It was mostly political. Everything, because of the nature of the show itself and the characters and the background and the nature of the Federation and Starfleet, everything was viewed through a political lens. I mean, look at the fucking Prime Directive. You know, we have Good Samaritan laws, right? We have Good Samaritan laws in a lot of places in this world where if somebody's lying on the side of the road with, and they're bleeding, now there is the counter argument to that where, well, they could sue you if you make it worse. But a lot of places you at least have to stop and call the police or an ambulance or something. You can't just look over and see somebody bleeding out on the sidewalk and then just keep walking. That's against the law in many places. The Prime Directive is the complete opposite. And it's for a purely political reason. You know, to say, oh, well, you know, we can't interfere with their natural development. It's like, okay, so you're better than them. You think you're better, you're superior to them. They're animals to you because they haven't invented warp drive. That's what that says. It's purely political. And that's like the fundamental driving force of the show is that sort of commentary. It's like, how is it not political? It's fundamentally political, and everything else that comes out of that is an analysis of that political nature from an artistic, sociological, individualistic viewpoint, looking in on that political foundation. Yeah, and there's plenty of criticism within the show of the Prime Directive and Starfleet and everybody. I mean, even the Klingons, who it's like, you know, the Klingons punch at Star Trek and there's or punch at Starfleet, and there's a few times where they're like, "Oh yeah, you got us there. I guess we're not perfect. Fuck off." But it's true. And like, and to say that like the Klingons and the Romulans and even the Cardassians make valid points about, there are things that they do better despite doing a lot of wrong things that they do better. And it's like, you know, it's just like the basic view of it in Starfleet is that every time they tried to help or uplift the culture open, yeah, it fucks them up. It does. But and I get that. It's just the idea of knowing that there's aliens out there before they're enlightened enough. But what's enlightened enough? Like, I get that it's an allegory, that it's a warning, and I get that it's about what happens when, like the European cultures, when the explorers encountered tribes of people that weren't as technologically advanced, or kingdoms of people that weren't as technologically advanced, and how it caused conflict and revolution. But a lot of the conclusions we've come to today is that those cultures were likely on the brink of revolution anyway, and that anything could have catalyzed it. It could have been outsiders, it could have been natural disaster, it could have been internal. Like, if a culture is ready for a revolution, there's not much you can do to stop it. You can stave it off, and they've done a good job with cell phones and technology at staving off revolution in a lot of places, for better or for worse. I'm not saying that it's necessarily just one good or bad, but if a culture's due for a revolution, it's gonna happen. And I'm not saying that you should just say, oh well, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, let's just go say hi to everybody, fuck it all. I'm not saying that either. Proceed with caution, discretion. But don't just, like, if a planet of 1 million or 1 billion people is going to blow up, and it's like, well, our arbitrary landmark of warp drive, they haven't hit that yet, so fuck them. What? Fucking what? Are you serious? That's murder in most societies. That's murder. To know that you could prevent people from dying and to just do nothing because of some superiority complex that you have, which is what that comes off as. A lot of people feel that the Prime Directive setting the standard of a warp drive, a warp capable society, as it comes off as entirely arbitrary. Like, why not the transporter? Why not the replicator? Why not the car? Why not the atomic bomb? Why just like, I get it, it's access to the universe. Like, once they've invented warp drive, they're gonna run into aliens anyway, so we might as well stop by and say hi. I get it. Like, it makes sense, but it doesn't check every box. It comes off as a bit arbitrary because they can't justify it all. And even the Orville picks up where they left, where they the same mentality. They even go over it multiple times. If it won't expose your existence, but you can't ever guarantee that that's going to be the case. That was the whole point with a lot of them. They go over that, like, you can try but you can't promise it. The Picard, where they're hiding in a deer blind, a holographic deer blind. Next thing you know, Jean-Luc Picard is god of a society, and they can't get him to fucking not see that. It's crazy. Anyway, I'm ranting. I'm exhausted. The sun's coming up, which is funny because I just took a day job so that I wouldn't be going to sleep when the sun's coming up. But here I am. But, I was due for sleep. This isn't my normal time, so I'm due for sleep by an extra 8 hours. So maybe I'll actually be able to get some sleep. Chamomile tea, melatonin, noise canceling headphones, blackout eye covering, um, and my roommate isn't here for the night, or for the day. He'll be back later this afternoon. So fingers crossed that I'm able to get some sleep. But yeah, it's getting close to 8 a.m. here too. So thanks to everyone for coming in, hanging out. Thanks to Lios. He dropped some more gift subs again. We got some new follows today. Thanks again for chat with this name for the raid. I'll say your name out loud when I can confidently say it without giggling, but thank you for the follow, as well as everyone else who followed today. There's quite a few. Don't forget that all past streams are uploaded to YouTube. So if there's any part you wanted to see again, and you can always hit me up on Discord or Steam. The new update should be coming out today, patch notes on Discord and Steam. I'm not going to go over all the other stuff in my profile. You knew I was talking about you. It's not that I won't say it, it's just... Oh, God. I've said much worse, but yes, that is a fantastic name. I can't imagine how long you must have had that name to be the first one to get it. Very much thank you. People, all of them, words, etc. I am definitely sleepy enough to sleep now, I hope. So everybody go get some sleep, and by the time you wake up, hopefully we'll have that new update. Our fleet ships will be slightly more autonomous, slightly more badass, and if you like ammo-based cannons, well, fuck, they're getting they're gonna take up less room and cost less with the ammo. So fuck yeah. Otherwise, take it easy. I'll probably be back on later today. That's what I thought.